Honorable members, may we stand up for a silent prayer? Amen. Honorable members, let me first welcome everyone who is present here. I also welcome the guest of the MEC, as well as the speaker up there. Greetings to you all, and greetings to the Executive Council and members of the Legislature, as well as the officials of the Legislature. Honorable members, on the issue of the rules, honorable members, this budget debate is conducted through hybrid means, and the normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. Before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker, which relates to connectivity issues. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has problems with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as to delay the process, so as not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech with the proviso that the member reconnects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange with a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into the record should there be a need, the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of a member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. If all interventions fail and a member is still unable to deliver his or her own speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her on behalf, that the speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if members have connectivity issues, the presiding officer will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that this is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of a debate are reminded to mute their microphones or switch off their cameras at all times. All members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I also wish to confirm that the budget report 2023-2024 of the Finance Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda being debate on vote 6, finance. I am humbled to call upon the MEC for Finance to come and deliver her budget report for 45 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Swartboy Kombela, thank you very much for affording us this opportunity. Let me also acknowledge the Honorable Speaker, Ms. Nontembe Boys, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mtembu, our Honorable Premier, Honorable Nomsat Duwengube, the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Duma, members of the Provincial Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, mayors and councillors of local government, Director General, Dr. Mkize, our Head of Department, Ms. Carol Kutsi, and her colleagues, traditional and religious sectors, our stakeholders, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, distinguished guests, media, members of the media, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, 6 days from today, the country will be commemorating the 29th anniversary since the attainment of our hard-earned democracy. Standing here today, we are reminded that on the 27th of April 1994, millions of South Africans stood to cast their first ever ballot in deciding their future. A lot has been achieved by the ANC-led government in this period, but it is true that there's a lot more that still needs to be done. One of the country's celebrated achievements that the nation prides itself with is the Constitution, which guarantees the human rights. Hence, as a country, we were celebrating the Human Rights Day last month. Guided by courageous women of the struggle for the total destruction of patriarchy, this budget is also women-centered. As Mama Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela once said, I quote, "It is only when all Black groups join hands and speak with one voice that we shall be a bargaining force which will decide its own destiny." I close quotes. Somlomo miningi imizamo eyenziwe yizwe kanye nesifundazwe sakithi ukuqikelela ukuthi abantu besifazane, intsha kanye nabakhubazekile nabo bayathuthukiswa baphinde bahlomule ezinhlelweni zikahulumeni. Siwumnyango kamgcini mafa wesifundazwe, ngaphambilini sethula isiphakamiso ngaphambi kwalendlu ehloniphekile ukuba iminyango kahulumeni, omasipala kanye nezinkampani zikahulumeni ziqale zibe nezinhlelo ezibhekelela ubulili uma zenza izinhlelo zazo zezezimali. Sikholelwa ukuthi lokhu kungasiza kakhulu ukuthuthukisa abantu besifazane. On that note, Honorable Speaker, we are also aware that April is a very significant month in the calendar of our country, as we remember the country's revolutionaries and stalwarts. As I have already indicated, Mam Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Oliver Reginald Tambo, and Chris Hani. They dedicated their lives and fought relentlessly against the apartheid regime. Moreover, they committed themselves in the struggle against the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, as well as peace and social justice. In these trying times, we remember their wisdom and courageous efforts in guiding the prosecution of the struggle towards the total liberation of our country. As we celebrate the milestone in the history of our democracy, we are reminded of the wise words by Chris Hani when he said, I quote, "If you want peace, then you must struggle for social justice," close quotes. That is exactly what we aim to achieve through this budget, because we believe that this freedom will be meaningless without the complete realization of peace and social justice. With that being said, we are well aware of the persistent challenges, including the escalating crime and gender-based violence facing our country. As the ANC-led government, we have identified key priorities priority areas where we need to focus on as a matter of urgency, hence the establishment of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which is at the center of resolving the challenges that we allude to. This plan provides a decisive and a clear focus strategy to address some of the critical challenges, which include, amongst others, the renewal of the nation, resolving the energy crisis to end load shedding, boldly mobilizing social partners around economic reconstruction and recovery in order to increase job creation, investment, and empowerment, improving delivery of basic services and maintaining infrastructure, strengthening the fight against crime and corruption, and also to build a better Africa and the world. Somlomo angabazi ukuthi amalunga lendlu ehloniphekile kanye nabo bonke abantu balesi sifundazwe bavumelana nathi uma sithi kuzo zonke lezi zinto ezingenhla okubaluleke kakhulu ukuxazulula inkinga kagesi kanye nokulwa nobugebengu. Therefore, tabling this budget today should be taken in the context of addressing these challenges while also continuing to deploy resources and expertise in order to ensure that we achieve good governance, fiscal discipline, and financial prudence in our province. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to table the 2023-2024 budget vote for Provincial Treasury, and our allocation in this financial year is 678,910,000 rands. With this budget, we are decisive in addressing key challenges facing our communities. It is important that we reflect on the goals we had set for ourselves in the previous year and to indicate to this House whether these were achieved before we focus on our plans for the upcoming year. Kulandela isiphakamiso ezenziwe ngonyaka owedlule sasinamaviki amabili nje onyakeni wezimali ngenkathi isifundazwe sakithi sikhahlanyezwa izikhukhula ngo-April ezadala umonakalo omkhulu ezingxenyeni eziningi zesifundazwe. Singumnyango kamgcini mafa wesifundazwe sabeke sesijutshwa ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi zonke izimali ezisetshenziswayo ngalesi sikhathi zisebenza ngendlela futhi kulandelwa yonke imigomo yokusebenza kwezimali. In this regard, we are required to reprioritize our plans for the year and allocate necessary resources in order to support this critical endeavor. This included a number of interventions which will be elaborated on below, but in summary, they include pre-award assessments of all procurement over an amount of 1 million rands in value, and also weekly reporting to Cabinet and National Treasury by all departments on disaster expenditure, reporting on the cash donations received and recommending the allocation thereof, auditing with a focus on value for money of work undertaken by departments in repairing infrastructure and providing temporary housing solutions, whilst at the same time coordinating the Auditor General real-time audits in order to avoid duplication of work. The aim of this was to enhance the reliance the public could place on the processes and the spending incurred as part of the flood recovery plan, reporting to various oversight structures on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis, including the technical and political disaster committees, the Provincial Disaster Management Center, and the Presidential Oversight Structure, and also budgeting adjustments were required given the lack of adequate funding from national departments and the urgent need to begin the repair work. Provincial departments reprioritized an amount of 3.129 billion rands in 2022-2023 financial year in total in response to the flood response, and 1.059 billion rands was also provided by the national government in the form of relief funding. There was also an allocation of 454,313,000 rands allocated by National Treasury in 2022-2024 towards these flood repairs. Whilst the priority for the first 2 quarters of 2022-23 was to support our departments and municipalities during this turbulent time, Provincial Treasury as an oversight department was still required to deliver on its mandate. And in this regard, I would like to share the progress that was made against the pronouncements made in the previous year. Regarding our role of monitoring and evaluation, studies on financial management support initiatives provided to departments, public entities, and municipalities, we're saying a departmental evaluation committee was appointed and a 3-year evaluation plan was developed and approved. A total of 5 evaluation studies have been planned for execution over the 2023 to 2026 evaluation cycle. In 2023-2024 financial period, an evaluation study to assess the impact of the support provided to delegated municipalities with respect to the quality of annual financial statements, and a rapid evaluation study on the support provided towards the implementation of preferential procurement regulations have been planned. And with regards to improving processes through automation, focusing on cybersecurity and shifting to cloud services, Provincial Treasury has ensured that it embraces technological solutions, and through the implementation of the IT strategy aligned to the provincial approach, a total of 4 business processes were automated during 2022-2023 financial year. These range from the automation of the IT service help desk and incident management, document tracking, and digital signatures, a tool for the automation of training nominations for staff, as well as a tool for compliance assessments in departments and municipalities. Furthermore, process automation of e-learning portals to assist with the training of departments and municipalities has started, and full implementation thereof will be completed in 2023-2024 financial year. The procurement of new servers was conducted on the 28th of March 2023 through SETA, and will further strengthen the capabilities and efficiencies of the department's key business processes. We have not been satisfied with the quality of support we have received from SETA, which has impacted our productivity and access to critical data. As a result, we have instituted penalties on the various service level agreements. Regarding cost containment, the ICASA spectrum license provides the province with solid justification to revise to detail provincial spending on ICT. The spectrum license award comes with tangible benefits to the provincial fiscals, including but not limited to the issue of connectivity. Our revised approach will look at how the province can take advantage of economies of scale, improve efficiencies, and most importantly, cost savings by cutting duplications on ICT infrastructure, including software licenses. With regards to the progress on filling of vacant posts, one of the key reasons for holistic underspending in the department has been due to the high level of vacancies in the department. As a result, a commitment was made to fill all vacant positions by the 31st of March 2023. The department finalized 81 out of the committed 107 posts during 2022-2023 financial year. Unfortunately, even with the posts filled, it has not resulted in any significant reduction in the vacancy rate due to the following reasons. 1, 32 positions had to be re-advertised due to either a lack of suitable candidates or the retention of nominated candidates by their employers. Secondly, 23 positions were filled by internal staff members, resulting in further vacancies which are required to be filled. And thirdly, the department is also experiencing a high staff turnover. A total of 23 officials have exited the department from April to date, with a large proportion remaining in the province but employed by other departments. And on a positive note, we are retaining many of our interns and South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, SAICA, students in entry-level positions, and these play a critical role in providing a pool of talented financial management skills for the provincial public service. A total of 68 positions are currently at various stages of the recruitment process, and these will be finalized by the end of May 2023. the Honorable Premier has granted approval to fill a further 29 vacancies, and these posts are aimed to be concluded by the end of August 2023. Despite the enormity of processing, a large quantum of applications received, given the current level of unemployed young graduates who apply, for example, for entry-level posts where we can receive more than 1,500 applications on average, all of which must be assessed individually, the department remains committed to fast-tracking the filling of all vacancies. Regarding job massification, during the 2023 SOPA, an announcement was made that all frontline departments should contribute to the provincial job massification drive. And whilst provincial treasury is not a frontline department, with the savings realized during the year, an amount of 10 million rands was suspended during the November adjustment estimate process for reallocation in the 2023-2024 budget. And these funds will be utilized for the employment of 70 interns in the construction discipline to undertake condition assessment of government facilities in partnership with the Department of Public Works. The draft MOU has been prepared and the program will commence in the first quarter of the new year. The program is envisaged to provide 12 months working experience and aims to open opportunities for young graduates to hopefully find permanent employment thereafter. With regards to our provincial budget management, one of the areas we feel we have achieved a significant milestone is in the intergovernmental discussions that were held over the past few months in highlighting some of the budget pressures in the province. In this regard, Provincial Treasury reported the budget pressures in the Departments of Education and Health, at various national sector meetings and in the engagements with National Treasury at budget likhutla, makhutlas, and budget councils. These resulted in the province receiving significant additional funding for the Departments of Education and Health over the 2023-2024 MTF, as we explained in the provincial budget speech. Somlomo kwakhiwa ithimba elihlanganisa umnyango womgcinimafa wesifundazwe kanye nomnyango wezokubusa ngokubambisana nezindaba zobuholi bomdabu ukuxoxa nokuqinisekisa ukuthi udaba lokukhokhelwa kwezinduna umhlomulo obuyekeziwe luyenzeka. Asikushayela ihlombe siqinisekise-ke Somlomo namalungu ahloniphekile ukuthi lolu daba seluphethwe seluphothulwe. Izinduna sezithola umhlomulo wazo obuyekeziwe ekupheleni kwenyanga zizothola umhlomulo wazo obuyekeziwe ekupheleni kwenyanga kaMbasa April. UCocta yiwona unikezwe igunya lokuqhuba lo msebenzi okhokhelwa izinduna. Singumnyango womgcinimafa esifundazweni soqinisekisa ukuthi lolu hlelo lwenzeka ngendlela. We were also very pleased to see several departments, including Provincial Treasury, supporting the social sector departments and public works when faced with serious spending pressures when we tabled the second adjustment estimates in the House on the 30th of March 2023. The second adjustment estimate has mitigated the risk of a significant overdraft position through the allocation of savings and underspending by departments. And whilst these departments could have requested for a suspension of these funds to 2023-2024 as several critical projects were required to be implemented, the Provincial Executive Council took a bold and a decisive decision in dealing with this matter. We simply could not revert to the 2028-2029 financial position where we had gone into overdraft. And whilst there are still significant spending pressures and material accruals expected at year end, Provincial Treasury will endeavor to ensure that prudent fiscal management is employed in the province. With regards to revenue management, Honorable Chairperson, an initial study into the revenue earned by departments and also by schools through placing cell phone mast towers on government properties was undertaken. With respect to mast towers on school properties, this revenue is collected by the respective schools and assist them with their operating costs. However, it would appear that the Department of Public Works could assist the Department of Education to determine a fair income per school by basing the amount collected on the property valuations, as currently there are varying methods of determining the amount to be collected from each mass tower, and revenue may not currently be maximized. The research undertaken concluded that deeper research is still required. Through the initial findings, though the initial findings are that some work could be undertaken by the Department of Public Works to develop a marketing strategy with respect to government properties that are suitable for erecting such towers, and to approach the cell phone companies in this regard. The rate charged is currently based on property valuations, and this was deemed an acceptable method of determining a fair price, with the only method to increase the revenue being collected by the province, then being to increase the reach through the proposed marketing initiative. With regards to the supply chain management, Honorable Chairperson, there has been a flurry of activity in the supply chain management space in the province, with the year commencing with a void of legislative prescripts as the outcome of the constitutional ruling, as it was being interpreted, resulting in all organs of state applying for exemption in order to continue procuring goods and services. This culminated in revised national preferential procurement regulations being issued relatively late in the year. It was only in November 2022, with an effective date of 16 January 2023. The Provincial Executive Council resolved that there should be consistency in the province, and a guideline framework was issued to ensure compliance with the new regulations. Provincial SCM undertook extensive workshops in all districts in the province. These sessions were well attended by government officials and service providers to ensure that an understanding of the new regulations and SCM processes related thereto, especially regarding the submission of compulsory bid documents. The new regulations necessitated a review of SCM policies of the provincial departments, public entities, and municipalities. Provincial SCM provided support to all organs of state and reviewed over 65 SCM policies to date. The new regulations and policies see a shift away from BEE scorecards to specific goals set to procurement of any value. This will be monitored and reported on during this financial year by departments and provincial treasury. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to flood relief procurement and our process of pre-award assessments, as indicated earlier, Provincial Treasury was mandated to undertake pre-award assessments of flood relief procurement with a value in excess of 1 million rands as means to mitigate the occurrences of irregular expenditure in the SCM processes. These assessments were required to be undertaken in a short period of time, given the urgency of the much needed procurement for communities affected by the April 2022 floods. Provincial SCM has undertaken 90 pre-award assessments to the value of 1.184861 billion rands, 1,184,861,512 rands to date. Departments were required to report on the expenditure relating to the floods, and as at the 24th of February 2023, orders to the value of 1,531,599,616 rands were issued, and invoices to the value of 312 million rands have been paid. The breakdown of the April flood disaster response awards is as follows. With regards to Black African-owned enterprises, the total disaster procurement spent was way above 1 billion rands. With regards to Black women African-owned businesses, it's about 530 million rands. Military veterans, about 22 million rands. Youth, 546.7 million rands. And people with disabilities, 3.393 and 950. 3,393,950. And in order to support the improvement of financial governance across provincial organs of the state and to reduce the number of SCM-related audit findings, the following key initiatives were undertaken. 18 SCM training sessions were held on topics such as local content, bid committees, and general SCM compliance. 2 training sessions on the contract management framework were held, given its direct link to irregular expenditure. 6 SCM forums were held as learning and sharing platform on SCM-related issues. 7 central supplier database training sessions were held with officials and suppliers. A help desk was provided at all community engagements to further support suppliers in accessing government opportunities. The matter relating to employees of the state doing business with government has been raised in the AG's audit reports on provincial institutions. Provincial SCM produced reports on employees of the state registered on the CSD and shared these with both the accounting officers and provincial organs of state who were advised on the potential conflict as requested to assess and implement remedial action where necessary. Provincial supply chain management on a monthly basis further monitors the uploading of employee information onto the CSD by all municipalities in the province, as employees of the state may not undertake business with the state. Regarding provincial spend on Operation Vula commodities, honorable members, we're saying prior to the revised procurement policies, departments were required to procure specifically identified commodities from targeted groups. In this respect, Provincial Treasury provided guidance to departments in developing their specifications and monitoring the awards made in this regard. The Provincial Internal Audit Unit also reviewed the level of compliance by departments given the commitments made to support targeted groups. The report, as at the 31st of December 2022, indicated that 3.2 billion rands was spent on Operation Vula commodities, with 38.5% being awarded to women-owned companies, 10.5% to youth, 0.33% to disabled persons, and 0.22% to military veterans. Given the significant value of procurement spending in the province, estimated around 29.2 billion rands, the province must ensure that opportunities are provided to the targeted priority groups to participate in the contracts awarded by the provincial departments and other organs of the state. Therefore, over and above the Operation Vula commodities, over and above the Operation Vula commodities, Provincial Treasury measures the extent to which departments spend on the priority groups throughout the year and consistently advises departments on how they can achieve and exceed the target set. In this regard, Honorable Chairperson, we are excited to report that by the 28th of February 2023, a total of 29.2 billion rands estimated has been spent on targeted priority groups. Of this amount, 36% was awarded to Black-owned companies, 14% to women, 9% to youth, 0.25% to disabled persons, and 0.68% to military veterans. Regarding our Operation Clean Audit, the department continued to play a significant role in the audit readiness support project to enhance financial management of departments and public entities. The continued implementation of the province-wide Operation Clean Audit Plan has resulted in an overall improvement in the provincial PFMA audit outcomes, with an increase in the number of departments achieving clean audits and a reduction in the number of qualified audit opinions. 8 departments received clean audits, honorable members. 8 departments received clean audits. I repeat, compared to 5 clean audits in the previous year. 5 departments received unqualified audit opinions, and 2 departments received qualified audit opinions compared to 3 qualified in the previous year. 12 public entities achieved clean audits, while 5 achieved unqualified audit opinions. 11 public entities sustained their clean audit, while one entity regressed from a clean audit to an unqualified audit opinion, and the audit outcome of one entity improved from an unqualified audit to a clean audit, with the overall result remaining the same for public entities. Financial management support was provided to departments and public entities to enhance their financial accounting and asset management reporting. Financial management support included the following initiatives: reviewal of interim and annual financial statements for selected public entities, deployment of officials to departments to assist with asset management and the interim and annual financial statements preparation process, provision of technical guidance and support during the audit process to departments and public entities, and provision of financial management training to strengthen capacity of officials. Regarding the condonation of irregular expenditure, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the condonation of irregular expenditure project resulted in Provincial Treasury receiving condonation requests to the value of 18.5 billion rands from departments and 267.4 million rands from public entities as at the 31st of March 2023. Provincial Treasury has condoned 6.9 billion rands of the irregular expenditure of departments and 82.8 million rands of the public entities. Detailed feedback is provided to respective applicants, and sessions which are held with accounting officer, and training is offered to the relevant personnel. Our Operation Pay on Time program has a team which ensures that support is given to SMMEs, in particular with regards to resolving payment disputes with organs of state and the service providers. This operation has resulted in the resolution of payment queries of 98 suppliers, totaling to 42.7 million rands. There was an average of 93.4% compliance in the number of invoices paid by departments within a period of 30 days as required by the PFMA, compared to 94.2% in the prior year, with the decline being attributable to the spending pressures of the social sector departments not having the cash available to process valid payments timeously. This has also resulted in the value of accruals increasing substantially at year end and must receive the necessary attention by accounting officers. As part of enhancing Operation Pay on Time, Provincial Treasury is an accredited SAICA training office that provides a 3-year training program. It also accepts graduates that were recipients of the Tutuga Education Upliftment Fund who, upon completion, will be eligible for registration as chartered accountants. The program was initiated to address the scarcity of black CAs in the province and also improve the financial management talent pool available in the public sector. After successful completion of the training contract, participants are then offered entry into the management development program, which runs for a further 5 years. In the previous financial year, there were 2 trainees that qualified as CAs. Provincial Treasury was the first training institution in the country to implement the new CA 2025 electronic assessment tool. Regarding our provincial internal audit services, we responded promptly to the request by the Provincial Executive Council to conduct flagged disaster audits. Treasury conducted reviews in consultation with the Auditor General on the disaster management control environment across provincial departments. Audits on value for money were undertaken, as well as physical verification of temporary residential accommodation provided to the flood victims. Furthermore, this work included price comparison assessments, audits on donations received by the province, and a review of the Provincial Disaster Management Center. With regards to municipal finance management services, the quarterly report in terms of Section 71 of 7 of the MFMA as part of the in-year monitoring process has been enhanced by Provincial Treasury and is used as an early warning system to identify and assist municipalities facing financial challenges, including any emerging of or impeding financial challenges. Municipalities identified as experiencing financial problems are closely monitoring, and the findings from the IYM process are communicated to the affected municipalities, which they are required to present to their municipal councils. Honorable Chairperson, we have observed a decline in the financial management of some municipalities and an outright neglect of the stipulated financial regulations. Hence, we are working with COGTA to address these challenges. Provincial Treasury has identified the support municipalities during the 2022-2023 budget preparation process in order to assist municipalities to approve funded budgets. A circular was issued to all delegated municipalities providing guidance on the 22-23 budget preparation process, informing the municipalities of the key areas to ensure compliance and the relevant information required to enable the effective assessment of the budgets. Of the 51 delegated municipalities tabled budgets assessed, Provincial Treasury determined that 34 tabled budgets were funded and 17 were unfunded based on this M-Score data strings uploaded in the GoMuni upload portal. Bilateral engagements were conducted with all 51 delegated municipalities between the 22nd of April and 19th of May 2022, during which Provincial Treasury presented the findings from the assessment of the 2022-2023 tabled budgets. The support provided by Provincial Treasury resulted in only 8 municipalities, namely Ulundi, Uthukela, Mzinyathi, Umkhanya, Udemoy River, Baqulusi, and Ndumeni, approving unfunded budgets for 2022-2023 financial year, which is an improvement from the 17 unfunded budgets in the previous year. As a result, these 8 municipalities were supported by Provincial Treasury to ensure that municipalities table and approve credible budget funding plans, which are then monitored to ensure compliance thereto. At a macro level, Provincial Treasury provided capacity building to all KZN municipalities by conducting quarterly CFO forums and training seminars with the aim of strengthening the financial management capability in local government. 5 CFO fora and training seminars were conducted in 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable members, when we presented the provincial budget, we pointed out that the allocation of resources to the provincial departments was aimed at accelerating service delivery. It is the ordinary people of this province who must enjoy the fruits of democracy. On municipal billing and revenue collection in all municipalities, customer data integrity is central to accurate billing. Section 154 of the Constitution makes it an obligation for us to provide this support. It is therefore against this background that the Provincial Treasury will support municipalities to clean their data so as to ensure accurate billing and collections amongst other initiatives. As at the 31st of March 2023, National Treasury, in line with our provincial budget speech, has issued Circular 124, which is in the main it deals with the ESCOM debt. It also deals with the relief package and the timelines. We implore municipalities to engage with this process in order to address this debt. As Provincial Treasury will provide assistance in this regard by setting aside financial resources and deploying expertise. The focus will be on doing debt book analysis and categorizing in order to create a billing list of customers who are capable to pay and exempting those who are indigent. As we present this budget policy statement, we wish to commit that we will double our efforts to curb fruitless and wasteful expenditure in departments and various municipalities and entities. The ANC, as the governing party, has mandated Provincial Treasury to work with the Office of the Premier and the Department of COGTA to implement a comprehensive turnaround strategy. It has been highlighted by the AG in the latest municipal audits results that audit opinion movements have regressed in more than 10 municipalities. During this term of office, we will intensify the assessment of the status of all 54 municipalities. Roving teams responsible for the municipal support program will be deployed on a regular basis across all corners of the province. We will work with the Auditor General to enable municipalities to improve their capacity to meet their financial obligations and commitments. This will ensure that they provide services to their communities. We will also speedily identify the causes of financial challenges experienced by the municipalities and implement measures through a financial recovery plan that will place the municipalities in a sound and sustainable financial position. Critically, we want to be proactive than being reactive to avoid circumstances where municipalities are sliding into interventions as per Section 139. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to now deal specifically with Provincial Treasury's commitments for 2023-2024 in terms of our primary service delivery objectives and funding of each Provincial Treasury's program. Full details are contained under Vote 6 of the estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure and in the annual performance plan of the department. We are pleased to announce that our preliminary year end results indicate that we have spent 99% of our budget following reallocated funding, suspended funds into the new year, and surrendering funds to contribute towards the provincial reprioritization exercise to lower the provincial fiscal risk. While this is an improvement from last year's spending of 90.6%, there is still more work to be done in this regard. We aim to undertake zero-based budgeting for this vote for the 2024-2025 budget cycle. The baseline of the department has decreased by 5.199 million rands from 684.109 million rands in 2022-2023 to 678 million rands during this current financial year. The departmental receipts increased from 295.886 million rands in 2022-23 to 302,932,000 in 2023-24, reflecting a 2.4% increase. The bulk of provincial treasurer's revenue is the interest earned from the cash held in the provincial bank accounts. To maximize interest earned, withdrawals from this account are linked to the provincial cash flow requirements of departments, which is closely monitored. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the table below indicates the allocation of budget for 2023-2024 financial year. In the main, the overall budget amounts to a total of 678,910,000 rands. This budget is showing the varying increase or even decrease percentage in allocation per line function due to a shrinking fiscus. We have 5 programs, and the budget allocated for to all the 5 programs is reflected there. For administration, which is program 1, is 214.137 million rands. Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management, 61.875 million rands. Program 3, Financial Governance, 222.695 million rands. Program 4, Internal Audit, 108.355 million rands. And Program 5, Municipal Finance Management, which is 72.848 million rands, and the total, honorable members, is 678.910 million rands for this current financial year. The program sees a decrease of 5% in the allocation. The decrease is mainly attributable to the reallocation of the special project budget from the HOD's office to Program 3 and financial governance to assist with the spending pressures to computer services under transversal systems. The program is responsible for the execution for the executive and strategic functions of the department and includes the overall managerial and corporate responsibilities of provincial treasury. To touch on the ICT digital platform transformation strategy, we are saying the department will continue with the automation of business processes with a particular focus on integrating various ICT systems with provincial systems to ensure standardization. Another 5 processes will be automated to enhance service delivery. Plans are underway to migrate to cloud services to limit the inaccessibility to critical data during load shedding. Honorable members, regarding the gender-based violence and femicide initiatives, ukwanda kokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane kanye nezingane kuphoqa ukuthi nathi siqinise imizamo yethu yokulwisana nalesi sihlava. Yingakho sesinezinhlelo eziningi esihlose ngazo ukuphonsa itshe esivivaneni ukuze sithuthukise leyo mphakathi ekhahlamezeke kakhulu. Sizonikezela ngolwazi kumabhizinisi asathuthuka ikakhulukazi aphethwe abantu besifazane ukuze baqonde kahle ngamalungelo abo. Kodwa futhi angeke sigcine lapho, sihlele ukuthi singene nangaphakathi eminyangweni nakhona sibafundise ngokubaluleka kokuhloniphana nokuvikela abantu besifazane. With regards to energy saving solutions, in responding to a call to deal with the energy crisis in the country, this department will identify and implement energy saving solutions in the buildings it occupies, as well as the new offices which should be occupied during the year. Regarding Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management budget of 61.875 million rands, the program sees an increase of 16% in the allocation related to the once-off reallocation of 10 million rands that was suspended during the 2022-23 financial year to assist with the job massification initiative. For the first time, we will also be targeting young people, and the 10 million rands will be utilized to empower young people in the provincial treasury. Thank you, honorable members. With regard,
let me see, you may continue. We are going to deduct your time at the end. Yeah, just
thank you so much. Okay, regarding Program 3, Financial Governance budget of 221.695 million rands, the program sees an increase of 9%. We'll focus on capacity building in various government institutions in the following key areas: contract management, general SCM prescripts, bid committees, basic SCM internal controls will be assisting government departments. There is a public procurement bill, honorable members. Those regulations could potentially hamper a number of initiatives undertaken by provincial departments, e.g. the removal of prerequisite BEE levels. And therefore, once the public procurement bill is issued for comments, extensive engagements will have to be held with all relevant stakeholders in order to make a substantive input on the draft bill and thereby materially inform the procurement policies of the country. And will implore all members to really pay attention to this bill. It's a very, very important bill that needs to be transformative in its nature. With regards to accounting services, we are saying we wish to emphasize on the fact that we are dealing with the requests for condonation of irregular expenditure by all government departments and public entities as provincial treasury. Program 4, internal audit budget of 108,355,000. This program sees a decrease of 7% in the allocation related to reprioritization of funds to Program 3, as we have already alluded to that fact, and honorable members will go through all what is reflected there under Program 4. Program 5, we're dealing with municipal management budget of 72.848 million rands, honorable members, and as I have already indicated, we'll focus on supporting municipalities in order for them to be compliant as per the prescripts of the law. In conclusion, honorable members, We're saying with the total budget of 678,910,000, the provincial treasury will ensure that we are leaving no one behind in our journey towards good governance and financial prudence. These funds will be used to roll out a variety of support and oversight programs as articulated in this address. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the overarching principle under which the budget is built upon is our request for economic reconstruction and recovery, the total emancipation of our people from bondages of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, as well as the gender-sensitive and responsive budgeting. This is aimed at eradicating systemic patriarchy and persistent economic challenges facing our women. Indeed, we will leave no one behind. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, let me extend my humble gratitude to the African National Congress, a very progressive movement in our country, and to the leadership in the Provincial Executive Council, our Premier, Honorable Nomusa Dube-Ncube, with all members of the Provincial Executive Council, as we continue to support one another, to all honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, in particular, the Portfolio Committee on Finance and SCOPA, for engaging us all the time, and also for supporting and coming up with wise advices to all government departments and to ourselves. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to also thank our head of department, together with her team, Ms. Carol Kuti, for their commitment and dedication to this department. And I'm forever grateful for the love and support that one always receives from the family. Bakhona ochibini odlanyeka nabo bonke nabazukulu, siyabonga kakhulu. Mina ngedwa ugogo kule legislature bakwethu, ngicela ningibongise. Honorable Speaker, I therefore present the Vote 6 Provincial Treasury Budget for 2023-2024 for consideration by this House. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. We'll now have the report by the Chairperson of Finance, Honorable S. Nkosi, for 10 minutes. Order, Honorable.
Namuhlala angizi kule nto yakho, angengizi
You can start, the Chairperson, for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the meeting, for allowing us to table this report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal. I want to indicate that the core mandate of the Finance Portfolio Committee is to conduct oversight, primarily on vote number 6, the Provincial Treasury, as well as transversally over the financial performance of all government departments and entities. Scrutinizing the budget for the Treasury and making recommendation thereof is part of our mandate. The committee met on the 16th of March 2023 to consider the 2023-2024 annual performance plan and budget allocation for this vote number 6. So the budget allocated to this provincial treasury has been mentioned by our MEC. Just to repeat, the figure is 678.91 million rand. That's the legal budget that we have. And it is distributed to 5 programs. But despite this small budget, the Provincial Treasury of KwaZulu-Natal performs all the functions as per the Constitution, which is a pride of the Republic of South Africa, this KZN Provincial Treasury. We want to conclude, Chairperson, by indicating that the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the annual performance plan and the budget of the provincial treasury. That's what happened in the Finance Portfolio Committee. I would like to thank all the honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for their cooperation and dedication to their work, as well as the legislature support staff for preparing us for such important task. On behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee of this glorious province, I would like to thank the MEC for Finance and all her officials for availing themselves to present their budget and the APP for the financial year under review. And want also to indicate that we are very proud of both our MEC and the officials of that provincial treasury. The Committee of Finance in KZN recommends to this House that we support the budget of vote number 6, which is 678.910 million rand. I thank you, Chairperson. Asikhuluma into ezininzi, sithetha nje lokho okubalulekile.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will now have the first speaker. The first speaker is Honorable RZP Zulu of the African National Congress for 9 minutes.
Siyabonga Sihlalo, sifisa ukubingelela kuwe. Sibingelele kusomlomo amalungu onke esishaya umthetho. Sibingelele ku-MEC. Sifisa ukubingelela kubona bonke abantu besifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, we are turning the corner towards the final lap of these important proceedings. And what better honor can a revolutionary party of the stage and size of this ANC can do than to bestow upon as its representative ngicela kubanje ama-minutes. Can bestow upon as its representative the responsibility to represent it on this debate for vote 6. It is with that humility and honor. This April, we mark 29 years of democracy after our people partook in the democratic vote for the first time.
I'm sorry, Honorable Zulu. Order, honorable members, order, please.
It is ironically unbelievable that the mayor of the town where our struggling icon, Umadiba, was arrested in Howick. The mayor of a town that harbors such enormous history for our path to freedom has decided to erase the ethos that adorn this town by calling us Amaselesele, the frogs. Nelson Mandela, when he was captured in his city, he was fighting a ruthless apartheid system that relegated Africans to animals. We are appalled that 3 decades later, Mayor Papas has defaulted to into factory settings. Mayor Papas has returned to his roots, referring to humans as animals. What is even more appalling but not surprising is the silence of the leadership of the Democratic Alliance. Your silence is indeed very loud. One can only wonder what will be people of Popomeni and others in Howick process. There's a new reality that 29 years of democracy achieved by struggling icons like Madiba was all meaningless in the eyes of Chris Pappas. Be it as it may be, Chris Pappas is a product of the Democratic Alliance, a party descendant from the racist apartheid system. Kubantu base-KZN nakhona eMpophomeni naseHowick namaphethelo. Thina sisamile njengombutho ukuthi izinkinga ezibhekene ne-SNP umnyango uzilungise ngokukhawuleza futhi ukulungiswa kwabo kube ngokuyalela umthetho olawula ukusebenza kwezimali kuhulumeni esithi i-PFMA Act 1 of 1999. We want to first begin by congratulating the MEC and her team, the HOD, CFO, and the department for having adopted their APP, which has successfully managed to seamlessly align the national and provincial priorities to create a capable and ethical and developmental state that will drive economic growth and job creation, as articulated in the NDP. The APP has managed to align those priorities and give its emergent status to reflect the priorities of the KZN provincial government. We therefore welcome the APP that will create credible, accountable, and ethical fiscal and financial management practices in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, we wish to state to this House that at the Finance Portfolio Committee, under the watchful eye of our Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Sipho K. Fasenkos, we have monitored this process very closely and have guided it to the latter. We applaud the MEC and the department for being transparent and process forecast. In our engagement with the MEC and the department in the Portfolio Committee, we are fully aware of the hardship and turbulent waters you, Honorable MEC, have had to navigate to arrive where we are today and secure the fiscal sustainability of the province. We appreciate your resolve and tenacity under a volatile fiscal climate. It must be noted that capacity of this department to effectively execute its mandate and key functions, which is optimally allocate financial resources and enhance revenue generation, while ensuring that all financial transactions adhere to applicable legislation and corporate governance principles. The capacity of this department to execute this function has far-reaching implication in running an efficient provincial government and government that can deliver to its service delivery imperatives through its support to government institutions, department, entities, and municipalities. The collapse in the systems of provinces' treasury is the collapse in fiscus of the provincial government and equal service delivery across the departments. This department can therefore not afford to flirt with mediocrity, which is why Honorable MEC and your team do not take lightly of this milestone. Honorable members, we wish to note and welcome the allocation of 678 million to vote 6. We'll not waste time and be academic about what this vote entails, but we want to be blatant and forthright to this House about what this budget means to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This is indeed a groundbreaking budget policy statement of an ANC-led department and ANC-led provincial government that has managed to score a groundbreaking and epoch-making victory for Izinduna, which was a commitment made by the ANC after the same commitment and achieved the payment of Amakos, thus restoring the dignity in the lives of our traditional leaders. This has been achieved to the task team, including National Treasury Court and the department. We will drum this to the ears of those who opposed this and believe it was untenable until they accept that they were wrong, and they will continue to be wrong. Honorable members, as we zoomed into Program 1, which has the second highest allocation of 214 million, we will go into the program for providing strategic leadership and administration supports to the department. The success and value for money in this program are evident in the continued AG findings of unqualified audit opinions from the department. This clean health status of the department is essential for setting the bar and standard for all departments to strive towards. We there is also a cause for celebration in the department's immaculate and 100% success rate it has performed in paying suppliers within 30 days. We also note the existence of budget cuts as a result of the reconfiguration of the subcommittee of sub-programs to give the sub-program support in program 3. The program continues to suffer as it continues its large portion to the compensation of employees, accounting for 50% of the allocation to the program. This will always be a thorn in flesh that the department must resolve. We are relieved to learn that the financial management sub-program will increase by 252,000 in 2024-2025 due to an internal reprioritization. Our program too, whose purpose is to manage and monitor fiscal sustainability of the province and ensuring the province remains fiscally viable, among other things, enhancing data collection and putting in place the mechanism for early warning signs and to the provincial executive and the department. We note and therefore welcome the program allocation of 48 million to set up the necessary steps that will promote effective and optimal financial resources. As the Finance Portfolio Committee, and also on behalf of the ANC, we support the budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. The next speaker to deliberate is an IFP member, Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, for 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC for Finance, Honorable Members, Media, and honored guests. On behalf of the IFP, I firstly want to take this opportunity to convey our condolences to the families of the 4 male persons who were brutally killed yesterday in Wamashu B section. This painful instance follows a number of mass killings in our province. May the soul of the 4 deceased rest in peace. Honorable Chairperson, our province and our country have become the crime and murder scene. Unfortunately, this impacts negatively on the economy. Despite our hopelessness and despair, we remain hopeful that the killers, even in this instance, will be arrested. The IFP joins the call for the guns illegally held by individuals in our communities that they must be collected. The Finance Department is the heartbeat, the engine room and powerhouse of our government. It has a responsibility for efficient, accountable, and credible fiscal and financial management system of our finances. It is also worth noting and commend that the Treasury in our province has lived to this expectation. The consistent clean audit by Treasury is also a demonstration of leading by example and keeping to be the center of excellence in fiscal and financial management. The IFP wants to express its appreciation on progress made towards Operation Clean Audit as 8 departments achieved clean audit. Now, something good must be appreciated, and what is wrong also must be blamed. The report presented by Treasury Department to fill vacant posts is noted. Honorable Chairperson, it is acceptable that in order to give effect to cost-cutting measures in the province. Different departments are supposed to apply for approval from the Office of the Premier and Treasury for the filling of posts in their departments. But sometimes departments stay with vacant critical posts for too long, waiting for approval from the authorities for them to fill their vacant positions. These delays must be attended to because they hamper service delivery. In the spirit of good governance and intergovernmental relations, the IFP also expresses appreciation for the support the department gives to municipalities to develop credible budgets and ensure that money allocated to them is effectively and efficiently utilized. Treasury must intensify its efforts at achieving sound financial management in the municipalities of the province. The audit outcomes of some of the municipalities for 2020-2022 are a great concern. Municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal are struggling financially and operationally. The IFP pleads with the department to consider playing this role more in a way that will benefit our municipalities in their areas of need and weakness. Most of our municipalities in the province are rural and suffer a lot of brain drain. Most municipalities do not have a rate base and rely solely on equitable share funding and government grants. This should be a situation that attracts the necessary attention of our provincial treasury. Besides the Department of Finance exercising this role alone, our own provincial portfolio committees on finance and COGTA must also account about this situation. This province still remains shortchanged in the equitable share allocation on the basis of the provincial population figures that are not realistic in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll come back.
Thank you, Honorable Sabisa. The next speaker to deliberate is DA member, Honorable F.A. Rogers, for 8 minutes.
Yabulela Hlalo, khaya wami nje. Madam Chair, let me start off by firstly once again acknowledging the tremendous work that the team at Treasury does. Our heartfelt thanks must go out to Carol and her team, Gacheni is here, and the staff of Treasury. The road ahead will only become more challenging if the departments couldn't follow suit and in fact follow in Treasury's footsteps. And as I say, it's a pity that this effective and ethical performance that we see cannot be emulated in all of our provincial departments, where we continually see contraventions of the PFMA and Treasury regulations. Chairperson, it would be amiss of me not to respond to Honourable Mageba and to the ANC on this continual attack of Chris Pappas. Now, here's the reality. The reason you are angry at Chris Pappas is because he's doing a good job, and he's been recognized for it. The reason you're angry at Chris Pappas is that in just over a year, he's already turned a dysfunctional municipality left by the ANC into a functional municipality. That's the reality. And I say, don't play the man, play the ball. Now, let me give you some interesting figures. If you think Chris Pappas is such a dreadful human being, there's currently a poll that's out at the moment. 11,000 people have voted on this poll. The poll's got one question. Who would you vote for Premier? MEC Duma or Mayor Chris Pappas? Here's the figures. 88% of those 11,000 people would vote for Chris Pappas. MEC Duma gets a dismal 11%. So let me take this a step further and refer to the MEC's debate, where she talks about interventions into municipalities. And this word keeps coming up from the ANC benches, leave nobody behind. That's all I've been hearing. Well, let me tell the ANC that you've left the residents of eThekwini and Umzinduzi behind. I don't need to repeat what you know about eThekwini, about the 100 million that was returned, the 122 million rand returned. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you that Umzinduzi just yesterday in a council meeting is now requesting a bailout from National Treasury. They have no money. This is what you say is leaving no one behind. But what are you actually doing about it? The municipality in Umzinduzi has been under administration for God knows how long, but the situation just gets worse. Please don't come here and attack a mayor who's actually getting things done. Because the DA gets things done. We get it done. Our track record in clean governance speaks for itself. So one of the questions I'd like to ask the MEC is, and I raised it in the debate on Tuesday, but I didn't get a concise response, is that the provincial treasury prides itself with cash blocking to avoid departments overspending. As the DA, we've always said this is a great initiative, and as the fiscal noose tightens, it needs to continue. However, in our engagements, it appears that there's one caveat to cash blocking, and that is when it comes to salaries. Cash blocking is not implemented when it comes to the payment of salaries. If this is indeed the case, Honourable MEC, why did the Department of Education have to incur almost a 1 billion rand overdraft funded by Treasury? Now, let me repeat my question so that it's quite clear. Why did the Department of Education need the 1 billion rand overdraft if cash blocking is not affected on compensation of employees? And that follows on to another question. What happens as we move into more challenging economic times and the spending pressure on education escalates? Already the Department of Education, if it should fill all its vacancies...
Can you take your seat?
Happy to take my seat.
Honorable Sonjita.
No, we read rules, don't worry. I rise on 57D, Madam Chair. If the member will take a question, if he would, I want to know if it's correct to ask people to call people as frogs.
Okay, stop, honorable member. Honorable Rogers, can you take a question?
Madam Chair, I've got more important things to deal with. On the issue...
Take a seat, Honorable Sonjita. Honorable Rogers cannot take a question, is not able to take a question. You may continue, Honorable Rogers.
Here's another issue I want to raise. And that's something that seems to have disappeared into the mist. I want to remind you of a project that was undertaken called the e-procurement tool that was heralded by the then MEC, Belinda Scott. And I must say, since Belinda's left, I haven't seen anyone else of my color in these benches, which I find quite interesting. And you say you're representative of the entire community. So, you know, if you're going to throw stones, I can also throw stones. This was a project that was commenced by Treasury and funded with provincial funds. When the project went pear-shaped and it was discovered that due process hadn't been followed, this was subject to a forensic investigation. Since then, radio silence, no consequence. I realize this is not the fault of Treasury, but the question still remains: what, if any, consequence was the outcome? What happened to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in this e-procurement tool? The forensic report had clear findings and recommendations. Were those recommendations ever implemented? The ANC keeps telling us we're dealing with corruption, we're dealing with accountability, we're dealing with consequence management. But here's a prime example of exactly the opposite. No accountability and zero consequence. I'd love the MEC in her response to prove me wrong. Perhaps it's time that the ANC did the right thing and moved forensic investigations back to where it belongs. That's with Provincial Treasury. Clearly, the Office of the Premier has failed dismally since taking control of forensic investigations. One just has to look at the current backlog and at the high vacancy rate in the Office of the Premier when it comes to forensic investigations. I say, Madam Chair, do the right thing. If you are serious about building a capable and ethical state, at least Treasury remains fairly untouched by politics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. The next speaker to deliberate is an EFF, Honorable N.N. Ngubane, for 6 minutes. EFF, Honorable N.N. Ngubane. 1. Honorable Ngubane, 2. Honorable Ngubane, 3. We may now proceed, honorable members. I've called Honorable Ngubane 3 times, and he is not. Honorable Ngubane is not available. We are now going to move on to the next speaker of the ANC, Honorable C.Q. Madlopa, for 9 minutes. Honorable Madlopa will be debating for 9 minutes.
Madam House Chair, honorable members, I'm privileged to address this House at such a pivotal moment for our province to pass the budget for Vote 6, which empowers Treasury to ensure fiscal viability and is responsible for the checks and balances for all our departments. The significance of this budget lays the foundation of all our plans for the provincial department as a whole. Therefore, the masses of our people are assured unequivocally that the African National Congress has once again considered this vote inspired by the aspirations and ideals of the Freedom Charter, which is our inspiration and our strategic guide to realizing a better life for every South African and citizen of this province. It is our commitment to the objectives of the Freedom Charter, which is living soul of our country's progressive constitution and is the foundation of the Vision 2030 of the National Development Plan. That has allowed us to, as from 2004, to turn this province from a largely rural, stagnant and underwhelming and one of the most underdeveloped provinces in the country to a thriving, vibrant economy where access to the services transcend party divides and where African in generally and Black people in particular share in the province's economic life. Everything we have done is a pursuance of the vision of the NDP to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Despite the recent setbacks that have unfortunately visited our province from July unrest and April floods, costing the province 50 billion and 17 to 24 billion in damages respectively. These setbacks have not derailed the resolve against poverty, against unemployment, our resolve for development, for service delivery, and the total economic emancipation of the Africans. We therefore debate this budget in a volatile economy globally, and therefore consider the vulnerable nature under which the planning that has taken place due to fiscal consolidation. This has caused widespread budget cuts across the board, significantly reducing budget allocation for specific programs. We nonetheless applaud the MEC, HOD, CFO, and the department for walking on a tightrope to produce this APP and budget, considering that we have defined this vote as a budget of the people. We are noting the significant decrease in allocation by 1.3 million in office of the Premier's sub-program, which caters for post-budget road shows and 16 days of activism. The consultative and interactiveness we always emphasize as the African National Congress government. However, we welcome the fact that these funds will be assisting Program 3 with expenditure pressures. We note a significant decrease to most of the program due to the transfers to Program 3, which financial governance responsible for providing audit readiness and support of the provincial departments and public entities with the objective, among others, to improve audit outcomes to the province. The achievement of this sub-program is extremely important and top priority over and above setting the standards for all departments, but the department itself to be in a position to professionalize public service. It must be emphasized, honorable members, that a clean audit in KwaZulu-Natal did not exist under the IFP rule, and the current rampant misuse of public funds in the municipalities, the core government continues to show lack of integrity and respect for the resources of the province. The IFP, who as we speak, are unable to provide water to the people of Utugela for 4 months now. The manner in which the IFP is punishing the voters of Utugela is ruthless. The people in Utugela will, however, liberate themselves soon. We wish to appeal to the people of Utugela that the African National Congress will liberate them from the IFP. The ANC is still their home, and there is still a caring organization that is not willing to leave anybody behind. The Finance Portfolio Committee raised concerns among the failure of the department to fill vacant posts, but we are assured that all 89 vacant posts were to be filled by 31st of March 2023. The other concern the committee is the under expenditure of 17 million in 22-23 financial year due to non-filling of the vacant posts. The committee took a decision that the departments must fill all the vacant funded posts in 2023-24 financial year, and Finance Committee will monitor it very closely so that they spend all this. They fill the posts that are vacant. We can safely say, honorable members, that the department has applied itself to the guidance and wisdom of the Portfolio Committee of this House and other structures of policy directive. As I learned, Honorable Chairperson, I reiterate the mandate of the African National Congress by echoing the words of our icon, President Mandela, when he said, I quote, "I would like to emphasize the aim of our campaign over again. We are not in opposition to any government or class of the people. We are opposing a system which for years kept a vast section of the non-European African people in bondages. Though it takes us years, we are prepared to continue. Only through hardship, sacrifice, and militant action can freedom be won. The struggle is my life. I will continue fighting for freedom until the end of my days. The African National Congress support this budget because it's a progressive budget, and we hear Honorable Umhlekazi talking about the African National Congress. They forget that we are not surprised when they are talking like that. The DA are the beneficiaries and defenders of colonialism that have chosen to spend their dying days in the marriage with the IFP. And there is nothing that really the DA has done. Today we are talking about the backlogs because they failed during their time of the apartheid to really give the service delivery to the African people. It is only African National Congress that is in a position to change the lives of our people for the better. I don't think that the DA will ever govern this province. They will stay where they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. And the next speaker is an NFP member, Honorable C.M. Shinga, for 2 minutes.
Yeah. The NFP has concerned about the baseline, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The NFP has concerns about the baseline over the 2023-2024 MTF is being negatively impacted by the carry-through effects of the 2021-2022 budget cuts. This undermines the strategic goal of prioritizing economic transformation and job creation in accordance with the APP. The NFP is also concerned that the department's budget had been reduced by 8.509 million, putting it further from the baseline. We are happy to see that 14.6 million has been reallocated to the department for the 2023-2024, since these monies were suspended from the department's budgets in 2022-2023 due to identified underspending. We urge the National Treasury to approve the return of these funds to the province, including the 10 million that the department is requesting to be utilized to support the creation of EPWP jobs as a result of the Provincial Executive Council Lekgotla's decision that the department needs to expand EPWP projects. We welcome the newly authorized organizational structure, primarily for increasing the overall personnel number for the department from 473 in 2021-2022 to 582 in 2023-2024, as well as improving the number of field vacant openings. We strongly endorse the department's decision making to minimize reliance on consultants as the means to help fill the vacant posts. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to debate is an MF member, Honorable Esther Rajpansi, for 2 minutes. Honorable Rajpansi for 2 minutes. Honorable Thakur Rajpansi for 2 minutes. It seems as if Honorable Rajpansi is not connected. Honorable Rajpansi is not here in the chamber, and Honorable Rajpansi is not connected. And we are going to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM for 2 minutes.
Siqalo asibonge kakhulu. Honorable MEC Mawami ungcono eke ngikhuluma nomawami namhlanje. Siyamukela si-ATM isabelo sezimali se-department yakho. Kodwa nakho nje okuwumphako mawami ngoba sakufundiswa uwe. Wasifundisa esikhulu ukuthi silwela amalungelo abantu abamnyama. Sakhula sikulwela lawo malungelo ke. Sicela ke nibheke la emthethweni yenu. Eminye imithetho yenu has too much red tape. Ayibavumeli abantu bakithi abamnyama. Even your own policy as ANC, ye-RET will remain a rhetoric uma ngabe ingabhekwa lento yokuthiwa imithetho evumela ukuthi abantu bakithi abamnyama bakwazi ukusukunyiswa babeke kwi-mainstream economy nalabo abalapha phansi badonswe akubekwe imithetho ngoba laba nje bethi bafuna ukubuya ngeke badlale meke nasaba nini ukuthi nenze lento. Siyabonga, siyasupport.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members who have received an apology from Honorable S.E. Manqele, who was going to debate for 2 minutes. We are now going to move on to the IFP member, Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, for 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, when I debated on the SOBA, I respected the speaker when she requested me to withdraw what I said. But I want to assure the members of the ruling party, as they keep on throwing stones to the IFP, nisazolithwala isaka eligcwele amanzi kuma-by-elections. The province, Honorable Chair, with all humility and respect, kundunankulu, kumhlonishwa uNkonyeni nendlunkulu, umlando uyosehlulela kabi. Ukuhola kwamakhosi kwaqala ngesikhathi senkosi uDinuzulu. Yeah, you don't know history. You will make noise because you don't read. Yeah, I'm telling you. You must go and read. Yeah, no. You must go and read. Honorable Chair, the IFP cannot take credit, nor the ANC can take empty credit on the issue of payment of Amakhosi. The erstwhile KwaZulu government made it better and even encouraged Amakhosi to go to school and even pursue qualifications to better equip themselves as leaders of their traditional community. You know what? You really don't deserve to be called honorable members. Yeah, because you behave like empty vessels. Yeah. Honorable Chair, I want to...
Honorable Member, Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, can you take your seat?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Member, you are standing on which roll?
71A. The honorable member is grossly out of order. He can't be directly conversing with members of this house Anything that he needs to say, he must say it through you. He knows that it's out of order. Thank you very much.
What is the rule that she's complimenting? What is the rule that is complimenting?
Honorable Chair, I want to pay tribute to Inkosi Nyanga Ngubane. It is Inkosi Nyanga Ngubane who in 2001 initiated and introduced the training of Amakosi at the University of Zululand on a number of courses, including conflict management, land administration, and community development. When Inkosi Ngubane died in 2010, I agree with the words said by the then MEC for Traditional Affairs, Honorable Nomsa Dube, and the then Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Peking Konyeni, who said, I quote, Inkosi Nyanga Ngubane was instrumental in ensuring that the KwaZulu-Natal government's effort to strengthen the institution of traditional leadership became successful. He was a visionary leader who we will miss. Close quote. Udaba lwezigodlo zesilo ngifisa ukulubeka futhi luqonde. Izigodlo ezesilo ezihleli esihlalweni. Isigodlo sasoLundi, isigodlo senkosi uCetshwayo, isigodlo sakwaDlamahlahla, isigodlo sikaMqwalajuba isilo uSolomon, isigodlo sasoSuthu, isigodlo sesilo uDinuzulu, isigodlo sakwakhetha umthandayo, isigodlo sesilo uBhekuzulu, isigodlo sakwakhangela amankengane, isigodlo sesilo uZwelithini, isigodlo saseNyokeni, isigodlo sendlunkulu okamsweli. Ngakho-ke, Honorable Chair, izigodlo ngezesilo esihleli esihlalweni. Si-aweke ukuthi isifundazwe sifuna ukwenza isigodlo okuzothiwa isithi yiko omkhulu la kuhlala khona isilo. Asiphikisani nalokho thina. Kodwa ukuwithdraw kwamaphoyisa kwizigodlo zesilo ukubukela phansi ubukhosi bukaZulu esithi ngeke sikuvume kwenzeke during our time. Thank you.
Your time is up. The next speaker to deliberate. This is the last speaker, honorable members. It's the last speaker. Order, honorable members, order. We are having the last speaker of the ANC, Honorable T.S. Mjani, for 10 minutes. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair,
Can we allow
the
Honorable
Speaker
Mjani
of the House,
to debate?
the executive members who are here, members of the House, please receive my revolutionary greetings. Allow me to start by Honorable Rogers. He comes here, acknowledge the good work that has been done by Treasury. He says that he thanks the officials, but he does not thank the MEC, who happens to be a woman. Hypocrites of the highest order. When things are wrong, the DA, they are the first ones to blame the MECs. When things are being done right, a department is doing things correctly, the DA is rejecting to give credit to the MEC. Hypocrites of the highest order. But the tendency within the DA of insulting women was seen yesterday. Honorable Kika, Honorable Nai was raising a point. He stood up and said, sit down, very rudely. That's how you treat women. We know your tendency of how you treat women in the DA. Shame on yourselves. Now, Honorable Shabisa, you see, I think the IFP must reconsider that a president of the party at least must go to national.
So that it doesn't get to engage with us. It becomes a bit very embarrassing. He says that the IFP started this process of Izinduna being paid. The IFP was working with apartheid government. If they wanted that, they would have received it. There was nothing that was going to stop the apartheid government to give them that opportunity. So the reality of the matter is that, by the way, that is why we're not surprised that the IFP again, the leader of the DA confirmed that as they go to 2024, they are working with the IFP. We're not shocked because the IFP work with Amacindezeli. Helen Zille, day in, day out, insult black people. Shame on yourself, Honorable Hlabisa, to be associated with those that hate black people. Honorable Hlabisa, and you want to work with the DA, Hlabisa. Now, as I proceed, former President Thabo Mbeki once said, and I quote, "If the saying out of nothing, nothing comes, it is true, then it must follow that the future is formed and derives its first impulse in the womb of the present. And all societies, therefore, necessarily bear the imprint, the birthmarks of their own past, whether to the greater or lesser extent, it must depend on the whole contentation of factors, both internally and externally, to each particular society," close quote. Honorable Chair, we can confirm that we approve both the Treasury, APP, and the budget after rigorous scrutiny that was done by the Portfolio Committee of Finance. We drill down to each APP target and program from the first to the final draft. The total budget was anonymously approved, which is slightly up from 631 million. There is one thing we know, that the Treasury, Honorable MEC, will spend it economically, effectively, and efficiently as per the PFMA, which you have been proving all these years. The whole Program 3 is allocated at a total amount of 221 million, which is slightly up from the previous one, which was 206 million of the revised estimate. It is divided into 7 sub-programs. But one of the public-private partnership, there was no allocation that was done to it, which is a bit of a concern. Honorable Chair, Program 4 is allocated 108 million, which is up from the 97 million which was allocated in the previous year. This program is subdivided into 3 sub-programs. You will also notice, Chair, that in Program 5, the allocation is 72 million, which is down from the previous year, which was 73 million. This program is divided into 5 sub-programs. The majority of these sub-programs are geared to help the municipalities as they struggle with accounting and reporting, as well as adopting fully funded budgets, and to assist them in the main with regards to functioning of the municipality, which has to do with the revenue and the debt management. Chair, it is important to note that some of the businesses and as well as government departments are owing municipalities a lot of money, and this kills our municipalities. Hence, we call upon the municipal finance unit, which must pull all stops to champion struggling municipalities to render support, and the assistance must be done or must be coordinated through COGTA. Further to that, we as the Finance Portfolio Committee must also render support to the municipalities that the MEC of Finance has tabled in terms of Section 71 report. We as the Finance Portfolio Committee must select municipalities that are fingered by the report in order to visit them. Our main aim should be to render support as to see improvement in the compliance with the MFMA as they continue to execute their work. We will do so equally, understanding that they are equal partners, because we know that they also form part of the 3 spheres of government. Allow me, as I conclude, Chair, to quote a very progressive leader. Wait. A government or a party is Frantz Fanon. You might not know him. Tibur, listen here. It's Frantz Fanon, eh? No, it's Frantz Fanon. And Frantz Fanon This is what Frantz Fanon says. A government or party gets the people it deserves. And sooner or later, a people gets the government it deserves, close quote. Who are people of KwaZulu-Natal, who are the party that you deserve. You are the people that we deserve as an African National Congress. We say that without being ashamed, because we made a contract with you as the people. Today, there are people who have houses. Today, there are people who have water. Today, there are people who have electricity. Today, there are children who go to school without paying. Today, there are learners who go to higher learning institutions without paying for it. We've walked this journey from liberating and fighting apartheid, when some on my left were defending apartheid, but we as an African National Congress were working with you. We are saying that we are a party that you deserve as the people, because we know your plight. We know your poverty. We've tasted poverty ourselves. We come from poverty, but through the African National Congress, we made a contract with you, with the people. We said that we are promising you a better life for all. That is why there are people who have houses today. That is why there are people who have access to funds from our institutions so that they can pursue businesses. While the apartheid defenders, even till today, they defend monopoly capital. They defend apartheid in the basis of rejecting the black policies that seek to advance radical economic transformation. They are the first one to defend white people, but they will never defend a black person. They are the first one to defend white monopoly policies that reject that reject black people. But we want to say to you, we are the party that you deserve, because you as the people, you are the people that we as an African National Congress we deserve. We continue as we marshal our forces to 2024. We say to you, walk with us because we've been with you when it was not fashionable. Walk with us because you have seen tangible changes that we have made in your life. We are saying we are the only organization that is biased to the working class, while some reject the working class. Every policy of the ANC is based on a contract that we have with the people. We don't represent ourselves, we represent the people. We don't fight for ourselves, we fight for the people. No one there can challenge us on that, because even them, they know the truth. We have come too far as an African National Congress to change the lives of our people. We are the only organization that is non-rational. We are the only organization that embraces every person in South Africa. Today, they want to come here and grandstand, but we are saying again, as they shout, we are the government you deserve. You are the people that the African National Congress deserve. I salute you.
Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. We're now calling upon the MEC for Finance, Honorable Nkonyeni, to respond. Honorable Nkonyeni, I'm going to give you 18 minutes. How many minutes? Honorable members, we are recording. So please, there must be order in the house.
Thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Kaul. Honorable MEC, you're going to respond for 18 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Sapo Ntombela. Let me start off by appreciating all members. Let me start off by appreciating all members of the Provincial Legislature who have actually participated in this debate. I'm so tempted to start by responding to Honorable Hlabisa. Honorable Hlabisa, you were actually afforded an opportunity to participate in the general debate. Le also raise a zigodlo does not actually belong here. it belonged to the general debate. And I fully agree with Manchinga that actually, as the president of a party, you are supposed to have been deployed in Cape Town. You know, when you came in here, your posture was that of a very respectable man. And we all respected you because we thought you were actually deserving that respect from all of us. But now I don't know whether Untuli is actually threatening you out there. I saw Untuli this morning distributing food parcels. Ama-orange actually. Enikeza ama-orange abantwana. Siyak-appreciate lokho kodwa ngizwile ukuthi abanye abakhona la endlini baye bamhlebela bathi hayi sobe simvalele ngale. Wena hamba ke uhambe uyodistribute. Ngisakubona ukuthi ukuhlukumezile ngendlela sekuhlukumeze ngayo uNtuli. Usushintshile manje awuseyena lo bulawa esimazini. Uyabona ke kodwa ke nicishe nifane izolo nje nangumphephetwa uhlukumeze kabi udadewethu uMamthethwa laphana emphuca ama-minute. Hayi emphuca nangu ukhawula. Emphuca nje ama-minute okudebate. Ukhawula. Patriarchy comes in many ways, in different ways, my dear. Seningaze nibamba ama-minute nje nabantu besifazane. Hayi, lenu nje inzima kakhulu. All right, thank you very much to the Honorable Chairperson. Angikulalela. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mpazima, for your unwavering support and all members of the Portfolio Committee. Indeed, we are trying to support all government departments, public entities, and municipalities as provincial treasury. And we'll ensure that we continuously play an oversight role over the budgets that have been allocated to various entities and government departments, including municipalities. So thank you very much for supporting the budget that has just been presented here for provincial treasury. Again, Honorable Zulu Makeba, we appreciate the accolades that we received as provincial treasury. Abanye ke bahluleka ukuncoma noma i-treasury yenza kahle. We need to have a very effective provincial treasury. A very strong provincial treasury will ensure that all government departments perform effectively and efficiently. That is why sometimes we become harsh to colleagues, but we have decided to engage the members of the Executive Council this time around because we learned that most of the time, the accounting officers would not convey the messages that the Treasury has actually engaged them on. So hence we now decided that we'll engage our colleagues in the Executive Council. We are doing exactly that. With regards to filling in of vacancies, I think we have narrated the reasons thereof of failing to fill in some of the vacancies. Of course, a number of them have been filled. We are experiencing a situation whereby some of our officials would be poached by other government entities and government departments. But as we have already committed, we'll continue recruiting capable officials in the department, in the provincial treasury. Honorable Hlabisa, thank you for acknowledging the achievements of the department. At least uyakwazi ukunqoma mawuthanda. Bese ke uyagxeka mose kufanele ukuthi ubona sengathi fanele ugxeke. We are trying by all means as the provincial treasury to perform our tasks of ensuring that there is prudent financial management in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. With regards to Honorable Lodgers, it is wrong for Mayor Papas to insult Black African people. It's very, very wrong. He is, according to us, he is a racist of note. No one is allowed to call people amaselesele. Noma ngabe kuthiwa kwenzekeni, kodwa mayisethi abantu bangamaselesele. That is a very serious insult. And as a leader of the Democratic Alliance in this province, we were actually expecting you to condemn the utterances of Mayor Papas. But because you also embrace insulting Black African people, you were quiet about it. You have never uttered even a single word of condemnation. That is unacceptable for any leader to do that. Again, I would like to indicate that the municipalities that you were referring to, which are eThekwini Metro and Umsunduzi, are referred to as non-delegated municipalities. In other words, provincial treasury does not have any mandate to monitor the performance, the financial performance of those two municipalities, but the National Treasury is responsible for that. But as the Provincial Executive Council, we took a decision that as much as we are quite aware of the fact that we are not supposed to intervene in those two municipalities, we will continue to intervene as and when it becomes necessary because they fall under the jurisdiction of our province of KwaZulu-Natal. So if they do not perform, we are also affected somehow. Hence, we decided that we'll also pay attention to what is obtaining in those two municipalities. We must always avoid sending back resources that have been allocated to the province of KwaZulu-Natal for service delivery purposes. Hence, we also condemn those municipalities that are mismanaging financial resources or even having budgets that cannot be approved, like many municipalities that we alluded to earlier on, but will continuously support all of them. You also indicated that the Department of Education experienced an overdraft. It is not true. The Department of Education does not have an overdraft. They have overspent on their compensation of employees due to baseline budget cuts. We have been indicating that the two social services department, that of the Department of Education and Department of Health, have been affected negatively by the budget cuts that have been happening over time. We'll continuously support the two departments, including the Department of Social Development. So we we are saying we avoided an overdraft as the provincial department. And regarding the procurement, you are saying forensic audit unit should go back to Treasury. A decision was taken by the Provincial Executive Council that the OTP, Office of the Premier, would actually deal with forensic audits. And according to my knowledge, reports have actually, some certain reports have been concluded and they will be tabled by the OTP when time for that allows. So again, with regards to the e-procurement that you referred to, according to my understanding, the forensic report did not show any corrupt activity. And the only issue was that the National Treasurer did not approve the implementation of the system. Approve the implementation of the system. Approval or non-approval is not tantamount to corruption. Yes, it's not tantamount. It was not tantamount to that, to corruption. So due processes were followed, and that project was properly implemented until it was stopped before conclusion, and all disciplinary matters were completed and reported to the audit committee. It's something that happened before my time, but I am reporting because we inherit all that happened, even if we were not there. Honorable Shinga, yes, everybody is concerned about the reduction of budgets, but of course we will utilize what has been allocated to us accordingly. Undodana wami umfoka phakathi Mpangazitha uqinisile ngesinye isikhathi imithetho esishayayo yenza ukuthi noma ngabe sifuna ukusheshisa ukwenza izinto kodwa uthola ukuthi akusheshiseki kahle. That is why I emphasized on the fact that we should pay attention to the bill that is referred to as the Preferential Procurement Bill that is about to be promulgated. We need to participate in the lawmaking process, all of us, so that we may influence the outcome of that public participation process. Ukuze kwenzeke lokhu esifisa ukuthi kwenzeke, futhi uqinisile ukuthi ontaba kayikhonjwa laba mzukwane, kodwa noma kuyiphupho nje, mzukwane bathatha amandla bayokwenza konke lokhu thina esikuhloniphayo sithi hayi ngenxa yalwamthetho nalwamthetho. Kumanje nje imithetho lapha kwamasipala bayazi nokuthi ya-exista, bayazenzela nje. So-ke kuyofanele ukuthi ngempela bese bedelela futhi, bazenzele nje badelele. Ngikhumbula enye i-engagement esike saba nayo ku-National Council of Provinces, where we witnessed a behavior from one of the leaders of one of the municipalities that are under the authority of the IFP, bedelela ku-National Council of Provinces. Bakhuzeni ke baholi bakhona, bakhuzeni. Awenziwa lento abayenzayo lapho odelela beni. And it's not true. It's not true ukuthi i-IFP ibikhokhela induna, ilo ANC-led government oqala indaba okhokhela induna. This ANC-led government, amakhosi ayenikezwa 50 cents. 50 cents, ungawenzani u-50 cents? You know? Kwangafiki ngisho kupondo, ukuthi upondo owodwa onikezwa u-50 cents bese beqanjwa imigwaqo yonke ke eqanjwe ngawo amakhosi uthi yabona thula wena ngoba umgwaqo usuqambe ngawo. Uzodla ukuqanjwa ngawo komgwaqo. Moyo olundi nje yonke imigwaqo iqanjwe ngamakhosi iqanjwe ngamakhosi. Bafanele badle ukuthi imigwaqo iqanjwe ngawo. Hayi bo, musani ukusho amanyala. Ngoba amanyala enu siyawazi. Ningasho nje izinto ezingekho ngoba sizoyiphendula bese kuba buhlungu mase siphendula. And I fully agree with the notion that says we should actually consider filling in all vacancies. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, MEC, and I would like to thank the department under the leadership of HOD, as well as the MEC for this well-crafted budget on treasury, and it was also well presented. I also want to thank the audience. It's a well-behaved audience. We have now come to the end of budget debate on vote 6, finance, and we are now going to move on to vote 2. And the chairperson, chair of chairs, is going to preside over this vote. Honorable Mavimbela, Mtaka Mandlovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swartboy, for steering the ship very well as the presiding officer of the first session of our day. Greetings to all honorable members that are in the house on both benches, and also greetings to the audience up there. We are continuing with the work of today. Honorable members, we will now proceed with the debate on vote 2. I wish to confirm that the budget report for 2023-2024 of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. Therefore, I will request the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Nontembeko Nothemba Boys, to present the budget vote 2 in the House. Honorable Mahubela. You are having 45 minutes, Tatewethu.
uRogers isixabene waphuma manje. Thank you, Chair of Committees, Honorable Mavimbela, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mtizman R.T. Mthembu, Mkhwenyana kaSisi Mabongi, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip, and your deputy, the Secretary of the Legislature, the members, the leader of the official opposition and the Chief Whip of the opposition, senior management, senior managers of the Legislature, government, departments, management, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members and chairperson of this august house. We make this budget speech as we hear the sounds of a fast approaching end of the 6th term and the incoming 7th legislature in 2024. It is this reality that has informed the reflective nature of our 2023-24 budget speech. We have planned to use this to wrap up the 6th term and lay a solid foundation for the 7th legislature. The speech will therefore reflect on the achievements and point at areas for improvements. The Reflections Chair will be frank and humble to allow us not to misuse the platform for any self-gratification. Honorable members, allow me therefore to start off by paying homage to an outstanding woman who has been a beacon of hope for women parliamentarians in our country. This soft-spoken woman who at a time when for her and her family there was not much disadvantage brought by apartheid, chose to stand up and align herself with a life of being chased by the police as they aligned themselves with the emancipation of all South Africans. She willingly chose to participate in the struggle and later led lawmakers of this country. This woman was deeply rooted in her belief that feminism is the only way to emancipate women from patriarchy, and that will be led by women who are members of the African National Congress. She became the first ever Speaker of the National Assembly in the Republic of South Africa. She presided over a tremulous term of laying the democratic foundations of our country under the interim constitution of 1993 and went to preside over the adoption of the Constitution in 1996. I speak, Honorable Chairperson, of a leader who led the creation of standing rules of parliament, parliamentary systems, election and swearing in of the first ever democratic president of South Africa in 1994. This feminist leader was never a religious fundamentalist, but a true revolutionary democrat of Muslim faith. Honorable members, let me salute Speaker Frini Chinwala, a woman that we are because she was. May her legacy live forever. True parliamentarians of fortitude. I hope we have them. Honorable members, the Freedom Charter as adopted in 1955 promised us the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. This, in the context of KwaZulu-Natal, continues to be demonstrated by the interface of our indigenous leadership system and the democracy through rules. This rule allows us for the Zulu monarch to address the House prior to the official opening of the legislature annual. This year we saw the beauty of our culture where King Misuzulu kaZwelithini addressed the House following his ascension to the throne as a successor to King Zwelithini kaBhekuzulu, who had been with us since the advent of democracy. We remain certain that the strong relations between this House with Indlula Mithi kaZulu, azisoze zaphuphuthekiswa yipolitiki yesikhashana, nosomathuba abaphila ngokuhlanekezela izinqumo zendlu eziyifungele ngodumo lwesikhashana. It is in this context, Honorable Chairperson, that as this House, we found value in participating in imikhosi yakwaZulu eholwa ngungangezwe lakhe through our oversight function. It is for this reason that we do not only commit to continue with His Majesty addressing the House, but we also want to explore an opportunity to extend our civic education programs into these initiatives zendlunkulu. Sizokhuleka kahle-ke sihlalo kwisilwe esikhulu nendlunkulu yonkana siyishaya mthetho ngendlela yokusebenzisana naso lana. Honorable members, this House of KwaZulu-Natal remains amongst the most orderly in the country. This is not attributed to the presiding officers, but it is attributed to the collective of the party leaders and party whips, which have continuously resisted playing to the gallery in favor of respecting our standing rules. The momentary madness of electioneering may tempt you to renege on your responsibilities. I therefore call upon you to walk in the footsteps of those who came before you and resist that. Once we have been the most exemplary, we have always known that we were never immune to the degeneration that befell the rest of the sector. When we went through the organized chaos on the 24th of February 2023 during the SOPA, we were not surprised nor fazed. We all operate in this environment and we were ready to deal with it. The only disappointment we had is that those honorable members chose the day when His Majesty was present, moreover, on his maiden attendancy, following his ascension to the throne. Njengobuholi balendlu egameni lamalungu onke siyazithoba sixolisa kwisilo nendlu inkulu kaZulu. Akuzange nakanye kwaba inhloso yethu ukumema isilo sibe sesizohlambalazana naso. Siyazi Nkonyane kaNdaba ukuthi siyizingane zakho uzosibekezelela. Umane futhi usikhulekela ukuze sihlale siqondile wena kaMbombosho omnyama. Honorable members, while this sixth term had its successes, it was hit hard by both global and national economic challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic, the July 2021 unrest, and the April 2022 floods merely worsened our situation. A general budget cut for the province that included a 205 million from our baseline was a significant setback for both the province and the legislature. Our citizens are justified in their cry for speedy and improved service delivery as they struggle to make ends meet. The scarce resources and limited time for action tells us that as public representatives, we continue to live on borrowed time of 5-year term, and we have to do everything now. It is then in this spirit that we moved to digitization and employing efficiencies in doing our business. This House will recall that the scarcity of resources was already anticipated at the beginning of the term. It became inevitable that we turn to information technologies to improve institutional efficiencies. Our finance and ICT divisions have become our heroes in driving this objective. We initially talked of implementing e-legislature concepts, but have since graduated into a broader concept of digitization. Singabe sakhuluma nge-e-parliament bahlonishwa, sesikhuluma nge-digitization. Of course, that digitization will come not only with hybrid meetings, but with a digital attendance register, the e-library that we recently launched, the digital voting that is still coming, as well as digital performance dashboard, which will really assist the chairperson of committees and the chief whip to understand, and the chairperson of standing committee on oversight, to understand how far are we faring in the work of the legislature. Honorable members, the life cycle of our ERP system is approaching its end. We are exploring a possibility of setting a new trend within the sector, using, of course, the existing legislative framework that allows us to do that, wherein we partner with other legislatures and utilize universal contracts to ensure harmonization as we pursue savings and efficiencies. Of course, honorable members, I will not miss an opportunity to remind you on how much we have increased our public participation through using social media and the reverse billing, which has widened our encashment area, particularly for those who can't afford the cost of data, and extending therefore the participation in the budget speeches and the general programs of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, The MEC for Finance and the HOD once said, we must be aware of the environment that we are living in. And I'm proud to report that through that, the Secretary and the Executive Manager Financial Services have been prudently saving for the legislature. We used to hire audiovisual systems to support our meetings and functions. And I'm reporting that now we have procured our own audiovisual system with the savings. And I am hoping that with more savings, the executive manager financial services will procure another so that we extend and are able to have all committees that are sitting for public participation and public hearings, not hiring any audiovisual equipment in the legislature. Honorable Chair, on business process mapping, I want to reiterate that digitization is not an event. It is a continuous improvement activity that requires documented business processes. We have therefore not only acquired a business process mapping software, we have also documented our current business processes. You will find them there, including your speeches, including when you also insult each other, you will be there. Honorable Chair, on amendment of rules, the continuous work on modernizing our institution means the project of amending our standing rules remains an ongoing process. Targeted workshops for different structures of the legislature on rules are to be expected to ensure better understanding, compliance, and impactful implementation. That is why, for an example, we have seen the Office of the Chairperson of Committee impressing on committees to table report required in terms of the rules and the sector oversight model. I must add, Chair, that even the Rules Committee have had that workshop on the rules, and parties were all invited. If you did not come, when we make rulings, we will not remember that you did not come because it is your business. We want to acknowledge, therefore, Honorable Chair, that without a unit in the legislature, I know the LOGP has an issue with the name, but that is the name we use currently in the system that we have. There is a unit in this institution called Hansard and Language Services. Communication in this house and outside events would be a nightmare. But in this term, for the first time, this unit, we requested them to extend the interpretation and printing of the rules. And today, you will be getting your copies of the rules, standing rules in isiZulu. You will be getting Honorable Tibur and Honorable Mayor and Honorable Rogers and Honorable de Klerk. Your copies, and Honorable Rab, your copies of the rules in Afrikaans. This means our people can now read in their mother tongues. We are now short in terms of the coverage of KwaZulu-Natal of two languages, isiXhosa and isiSotho. We must cover that at least by the 7th term. But, Honorable Chairperson, especially for the Afrikaans team, whilst we appreciate the entire team led by Umapoloba, Secretary, there is a particular official in the Hansard unit that was responsible for the translation into Afrikaans. We choose to pay tribute to her today. She is one of our long-serving and experienced female members of that unit who produced the first set of rules in Afrikaans. She is joining us today from above. Miss Susan van der Walt, wherever she is, we take pride in her contribution and the services that she has provided to the people of KwaZulu-Natal in this historic achievement of the House. We share in the pain of her husband, Mr. Leon van der Walt, her daughter Tanya, who are both here with us today. I see them there. And the entire Hansard and language team on the loss of our dear Susan. Through our wellness program, we promise to remain available to help the family to pass through this valley of the shadow of the dead. But Honorable Chair, through you, may I request that we stand to take a moment of silence to pay a special tribute to Miss Susan van der Walt. Thank you. May her beautiful soul rest in peace. Thank you, Leon and Tanya, for being with us. We are now family forever. Thank you. Chairperson, we remain committed to protecting, respecting, and promoting the dignity of all persons through insourcing of cleaning and internal audit services. As indicated earlier, the scarcity of resources has hit hard on this, and this is one of the commitments that is facing the unbudgeted priorities that we are having today. We are still, Chairperson, committed to it, but it has not come, especially with the current underfunding. We're still trying to mobilize the resources that will mitigate the implementation, but we remain committed to the implementation of this commitment. We want to appreciate the patience demonstrated by the National Union, which is the official union in this legislature. But of course, understanding that there is another union that is not recognized, but is having some members here, which is PAUSA. We understand that you are no longer happy now with us and the progress, but you remain patient with us. Honorable members, we want to speak on the legislature precinct. We want to just say that the old 30-seat parliamentary council chamber built in 1887 for the colonial government of Natal that we are utilizing is still giving us problems. Those problems are not only on limited parking facilities for members and staff, they are also as an inadequate space within the chamber. There is inadequate office space, but what is more pressing, honorable members, is that every time I see the leader of the Democratic Alliance, ACDP, ATM, and NFP, whose members are uncomfortable accommodated in the Greens chamber, which has rooflings, constant attempts at refurbishment through the landlord that are not respected by the landlord, I always feel ashamed. I feel that we must expedite the decision of the House on the erection of the new precinct. And I hope that MEC Finance and MEC Public Works, you will expedite that. The ANC as the governing party has also been gracious in sharing offices for members, but that is not acceptable. We do not want members to be squatters. All parties that are voted for by the people of KwaZulu-Natal must be respected. But also, honorable members, whilst we are continuing with the clean audit, there are also other risks that we are facing, especially the one of the no-shows by honorable members when we go to oversight after they have confirmed. But there is a new one. Honorable members sleep in hotels and come to the sitting at 12 o'clock or 3 hours after we have started and show face and leave. Others, honorable members, I was with them at dinner at Golden Horse last night. They are not here. They were accommodated by the legislature, and I'm sure that their S&T will be claimed. These no-shows, late accommodation, and also late cancellation of travel tickets are costing the legislature and may lead to fruitless expenditure. We therefore invite committee chairperson to join hands as we now see Our target of clean audit, the third clean audit, being threatened by the behavior of members of this House. We cannot allow that, honorable members. Whilst clean audits are important, they are not the be-it-all. Another important aspect that we are now gunning for is impact auditing. I mean, impact oversight. We must be felt on the ground. When we exercise oversight properly, there must be change in the situation our people that are facing. And we need to have a proper research capacity. Hence, our call, Honorable Nkonyeni is no longer here. Honorable Smelane. We request that, whilst it has not been considered yet, we need that funding for extra researchers. We need that, and it's not like we're not doing anything. We have partnered with Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. That is why next week the Public Service Commission will be tabling a report here. That is why we have arranged that on the same day the AG will be tabling, but soon the public protector will be coming to the House to also table the report. But the Office of the Premier Portfolio Committee of Honorable Madlopa is working continuously with the Public Service Commission, and other portfolio committees are doing that. But we now have a formalized relationship with the Office of the Public Protector and the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We hope that we extend such partnerships. We also hope that our work will translate to municipalities. We want to applaud the work that is done by the Portfolio Committee on Quota, because contrary to what people believe, the legislature does not oversee municipalities directly. We oversee the Department of Cooperative Governance. So when honorable members come here and tell us about municipalities, I don't know what you're speaking about. Quota department is getting clean audits because Quota Portfolio Committee is doing its work. That's what we are supposed to be doing. So we hope that all the departments will continue to do the work through this impactful oversight. We know that, Honorable Chair, we have done great work on the focused intervention studies and the functionality. Whether you look at Ezemvelo, KZN, Wildlife, the improved funding that has been given to Mkhuze, Margate, Peter Maritzburg, Richards Bay, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi Airport. Go and remember the FIS that we had. The multi-party oversight meetings held at Umkhanyakude. When you see the improved results of the Department of Education, Honorable Fraser, I am sure you always remember your time in this House and as a member of the Education Portfolio Committee on the School Functionality Program. But we have noted that there is also an issue of poor distribution of resources in government, especially with the national government when they are coming to provinces. And we have seen that when we were visiting the non-viable schools, where you have a policy of the Department of Education, which is called the TSS, Transformation of Schooling System, which should have been used or effected since 2017, but the schools are still there, and training resources. Oversight must change that trajectory, assist the MEC so that the accounting officer implements. The MEC does not implement that. There is someone called accounting officer who appears before you, Honorable Sonjita, who must say why he or she is not implementing the policy. And we will not cry here about that. We must do that impact oversight. But we cannot remain with that. Let's look forward. Oversight of the future. Don't we need some technical expert? Because we don't only rely on, with all due respect, Mr. Pagati, your research capacity. When we go with public works, the researcher of public works, how do we expect them to see that this road is proper? Can't we now use contractually for that specific purpose, public works, hire architect, just to look and assist them? When we go into health, Committee of Health, look at, no. Yabona la, yes, usihlalo wethu is here on policy and the nursing side. Kodwa lana imishini le. Awuze lana wena usibhekele le mishini kaSimelane ukuthi ngempela iyasebenza nala eSouth Africa. Because you have that money as a committee. When you are making the budget, when you're doing the AOP, I think, honorable members, when we go to committees, let's not go to committees with closed minds. Let's open our minds. And don't think that ngiyolwa nosihlalo laphayana. The committee is for all of us. Go with open minds and open ideas. Now, when you do that, you will be taking oversight to impacting, so that you don't go and look at a school, then next day you come and say, hey, it's a beautiful school. And tomorrow, those who assess buildings, public works, say that that building is not habitable. MEC Mahlaba says nobody will go inside that building. The portfolio committee has gone to do oversight. You come here, you say, I've built a school, you praise your party. Those in the governing party said, we've built a school today. Honorable Hlabisa, we've built a school yesterday. But when you look at those schools, you get those that are equipped, they can say something. You must be sure. This can be done, honorable members, with your budget. No new budget. As I move to sector oversight, honorable members, we have conducted assessment of our sector parliament programs through an independent service provider. And I believe that the report that they have needs now to be presented before the Standing Committee on Quality of Life Chairperson, the Women's Caucus Chair, the petitions, the Triple P Chair, CWP, and the Office of the Chief Whip, so that we will together make recommendations, together with the Office of the Speaker, to make recommendations, because these are also tasked with some part of the public participation, delegated, of course, by the Office of the Chief Whip, of the Speaker, so that we interrogate that report and we can table it back to the House. On International Empowerment Program, this is one program, Honorable Chairperson, that was adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the first 3 years of the term. While committees have begun to participate, the third legislature program may not allow all committees to achieve their target in the few months left before the term comes to an end. This program has also shown weaknesses in the organizing capacity of our committees. Remember that it's not the chair that organizes. It means that it has shown the organizing capacity, lack of efficiency on the side of your administration, Madam Secretary. And there are also weaknesses in our policy, because we must be reflective. Sometimes we receive requests to countries that do not have parliamentary oversight or oversight institutions at all. So you then ask what research was done, because the chairperson doesn't go and do research, and the committee members, you are politicians. There is someone who gets paid for that. But there is also a lack of proper pronouncement by the policy on who we must learn from. And that is not helping honorable members to be bold in taking a decision. This has, in some instances, led to us making benchmarking on executive responsibilities instead of our own responsibilities and mandate. So sometimes we will receive administratively recommended requests to go to countries that do not even have democracy. I can't take it when you want to take me to a military government. I'm a Democrat. Why do we go to a military state? It's not. You must understand what you're speaking about. We are happy to report that, though, Chairperson, that we haven't acceded to such requests. We have denied, and we will continue to deny such requests. And we want to report that most committees have embarked successfully on their international benchmarking, successfully, because you went and you did your work. We, however, want to remind the House Chairperson that no benchmarking trips will continue beyond June 2023, in line with our commitment in 2019. We still stand with that, but we think that the policy must be relooked, Secretary, as part of the 7th term, to pronounce, including opening up to conferences and seminars for portfolio committee, so that you do not close down a portfolio committee not to attend some work that relates to what they are doing, because it's not going to see, but they're going to learn, especially the Women's Caucus. It will be heavily disadvantaged. We are speaking on missed opportunities. As a sector, we have missed a lot of opportunities that do not depend on the legislature. Whether we speak about the sector bill that remains draft bill forever, which has led to us failing to have harmonized conditions of services, which lead to us sizibone sesikwi-audit report abantu be-PFMA, kuvela abantu be-PFMA departments together with the legislature, whilst we are audited according to the FAMPLA, whilst the MFMA ones have their own audit. A whole lot of missed opportunities are not due to anyone but the sector not taking itself seriously. The day we have Parliament finishing the sector bill, we will be taken seriously. But an important aspect is the issue of top slicing. Currently, we still request money from the people that we are going to oversee. This must be challenged, and the seventh term must not make the same mistake of thinking that, Honorable Nkonyeni, I'm referring to you, MEC, that kukho inhlabi engathi xa izokwenza isiko iqale ilole umkhonto phezu kwale nkomo ezayiqhelela ukwenza isiko. Uma inene xa inokhe izame asoze kubekho kwamcimbi lowo. Nam ndikhuliswe phaa ekhaya ndiyazi loo nto yokuba umcimbi wokulola imikhonto ngowebhokhwe. Sinikeni ke i-top slicing yethu ngoba yibhokhwe yethu as a sector. You can't go to the cow that you are about to slaughter to sharpen the same spear that you are going to use to slaughter that cow. It will kick you. You will be either in the morgue or in hospital by the date of the actual ceremony. Of course, I am not saying oversight is to slaughter the executive, Honorable Smelane, but the oversight is to slaughter the blaring of the mandates. It's to have the two mandates clarified and clear. Of course, it is not only doom and gloom, because we have managed to have the Parliament Institute of South Africa that has been set up. There are two speakers that are serving there. One is from KwaZulu-Natal and the one is from the Northern Cape. But of course, we have finalized towards the end of 2022 the sector presiding officers handbook. Which has marked a formal departure from us singing ourselves as the executive arm. We were blurring the lines and the separation of powers. Now, the Secretary of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal has sat down with imali zabo abanazo, babona ukuthi they cannot afford some of the things that are there in that handbook. And they said, this is not happening in KwaZulu-Natal. They customized it to what we have and we can afford. And legally, we were allowed to do that. What is left is for this House to adopt that. It will now be tabled through an ad hoc committee, which will be established by this House. And then that ad hoc committee, it will have to present it to the House. It cannot be adopted by the Rules Committee, which is the committee that usually deals with issues like that, because the Rules Committee is chaired by the beneficiary of that handbook. It needs the entirety of you 79 members voting on it for it to be legally and solidly not in doubt. Honorable members, we are leaving it to you, especially you whips, to ensure that it happens. We are calling, honorable members, that we must continue not blurring the lines in oversight, especially in terms of submission of questions, and the time that it takes, submission of reports and the submission of oversight reports here into the House. But we must also make the Whips Forum work together with the Office of the Speaker in ensuring that those reports get debated. We established an ad hoc committee. That ad hoc committee has spent a lot of money. It must come and report in this House. And I want to tell you, Whips Forum, that the ad hoc committee is ready, is having its report, but it's filing the order paper. Honorable members, on public participation and voter education, while commenting on the social political mandate of the National Assembly and Legislature in 2001, Speaker Dr. Freni Junwala said, a democracy requires that citizens should be continuously engaged in governance through interaction with those who make decisions. Making a ballot and dropping it into a ballot box once every few years is an important element of democracy. But it is only one step in the process of building a society that continually serves the interests of all its people. In South Africa, the gap between those whose influence for historical reasons is limited by poverty and disadvantage is deep and wide. Thus, there is a very real danger that while the voices of the powerful may be heard, the majority remain imprisoned in the silence to which their history and circumstances have condemned them. It is in this regard, honorable members, that with the promised money that is going to come later in the year, the 15 million, we want to use it for voter education, but no longer doing what we do, move town to town, spending the money traveling, focusing on populating the voter register, the voters' roll, focusing on the 60% of the population of the province. We will go there and challenge both the low voter turnout and the non-registration. We will go to such areas where we know that there are many people. The rest of the 40%, I leave the rest of the 40% to Honorable Ngumalo and Honorable Taluza, because you have now increased from 100 million to 200 million for parties. That money for constituency is not for what you are using it for sometimes. It's for entrenching democracy. Go encourage people of KwaZulu-Natal to register. I will go to 60%, you go to the rest. Honorable members, the Speaker's Social Responsibility Program has continued to impact positively the lives of various vulnerable groups, whether it is in the education, homes for children with disabilities, flood victims, and any other areas when we are invited. And we want to thank you for adopting a budget that allowed us to do so. And we will continue, honorable members, using the social responsibility, even when you rise during this time of going to campaign, by ensuring that there is no community that will feel that there is no legislature. We will use the social responsibility for as long as the executive manager's little money that is available is there to continue making the House visible. But now coming to the budget that I present for the adoption of the House, 221.088 million for admin, 437,646 for parliamentary business, 89303 for members' remuneration, which totals to 748,037 million. Compensation of employees 268.819 million. Members' remuneration 89.303 million. Goods and services 154.881 million. Transfer and subsidies 225.809 million. Payment for capital assets 9.225 million. Is still the total of 748,037 million. Honorable members, this is the budget we have to effectively execute our constitutional mandate through our 2023-24 annual performance plan. We also pray that all our stakeholders and partners will rally behind us as we create a non-discriminating, non-racial, non-sexist, equal and peaceful society. We promise to use these state resources genuinely to deliver for our people, as well as prepare a better tomorrow for our next generation. As we conclude this budget speech, we want to unreservedly thank and appreciate the support of the Deputy Speaker, Honorable R. Tim Tembu, along with the members of the Strategic Leadership Team, as well as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight, Honorable TV Kulu, and former chairperson, Honorable Ntlakani Pontombela, who's now the chairperson of ATIA. I won't make a mistake of not thanking you, former Chief Whip Zuma. Ngamalala, we have walked this journey with you. Former chairperson of committees, who is also the leader of the governing party in this house, Honorable Duma, for the road traveled. Without the administrative support provided by Ms. Nerisha Naidu, the Secretary of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, and her entire management team, especially that contingent led by Mr. Tembe in the office of the Speaker, Abantwana bakwaStalin Ndaba Vangotata Gwala, our workload would have been far too heavy for us to bear. I thank the political party leaders, Honorable Hlabisa, and all the party leaders in this house for the continued guidance and ability to raise that what your parties want us to hear at all material times, Honorable Rogers, even when we don't want to hear it. When your party wants us to hear it, raise it. We thank our glorious movement, the People's Parliament, the Congress movement, the one that decided that we all have to be equal, regardless of color, creed, or sexuality. And that is the African National Congress. Of course, especially my political boss, I've got two. The secretary, which is Bheki Nkosi Mtolo, and the chief whip of the governing party, which is James Numalo, the chairperson of the South African Communist Party, Mr. Joe Nene, for entrusting and guiding us in this work. If we work together, we'll achieve much more. And if we remain united, we will always be able to work that much further. Lastly, ndibulela usapho lwam, abazukulwana bakamaChiphothi, iintombi zikaMbhubhudlo noPhathelwa, ngokuhlala nam zingandenzi inkokheli nasekhaya, kodwa ndibe ngudade wabo. Nabantwana bam, shame abantwana bam bazalwa, bakhula, bafundiswa yi-African National Congress. Kwakunye nomkhonde nenkosikazi yakhe, umalume nomalumekazi wam phaya phezulu. Ningayeki. Siyabulela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that moving speech. Sometimes it was emotional, but we really appreciate your presentation to the House. You have to say all what you have said to all of us. The next speaker, it's the chairperson of the STACOF, none other than Honorable TV Kulu, for 10 minutes. Babashe, Makatini Mfowethu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to our leadership present, led by our Deputy Chair of our ANC, greetings to honorable members of this House, greetings to our executive present. Firstly, I want to appreciate and thank the leadership by you, Honorable Speaker, in this House. We must always appreciate your leadership that you play in this legislature. The successes of this legislature we see today, it's on your firmness on how to lead in this legislature. Thank you again. Honourable members, allow me to read this report of the Standing Committee on Oversight on the consideration of the 2023-2024 draft budget and APP. The report focuses on the committee's engagement with the legislature on the draft budget and annual performance plan for 2023-2024 financial year. A meeting was held on an initial draft in November 2022 and further meeting held on the 1st of March 2023. The issues that were discussed: the international empowerment programs. The legislature continues to fund the international empowerment programs from savings. There was an internal budget adjustment of 17 million to fund the international empowerment programs, which was arising from 2021-2022 savings. This adjustment was processed during the mid-year adjustment. No additional funding was received from the provincial treasury. 2023-2024 budget cuts. The budget cuts for the current financial year were reported to be 24.8 million on compensation of employees, 43.6 million on goods and services, and 21.4 million on members' remuneration. We are, however, noted that in spite of these cuts in the mentioned areas, the legislature has received an additional allocation of 100 million for political parties funding over the MTEF period. This takes the total allocation up to about 748 million. The 748 million is made up of the following amounts. On items 2023-24 baseline is 737.862 million. And then the total of 2023-2024 budget cuts was 89.825 million. So for goods and services, we have 43.630. Members' remuneration is 21.366. The subtotal will be 648.037. For political party support, it's 100 million. 2023-24 allocation is 748.037. The special request. The committee was advised of and is supportive to the two special requests that the legislature made to KZN Provincial Treasurer, which consider the effective support to the institution, as well as the deepening of democracy program. The two special requests are the civic education program, which is voter education, for which 15 million was requested, and the 10 million funding towards capacitation of the research support to also cover support for SCOPA, PPP, institutional programs, and employ one cluster manager. On the recommendations, the Standing Committee on Oversight supported the 2023-2024 budget allocation and calls upon the legislature to continue engagements with provincial treasury with a view to motivating for a better allocation for the institution. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapashe. I'm starting with my list in terms of the debate. The first person to debate is Honorable Mavoso of the African National Congress with 9 minutes. Dongala Mavoso. Abakwaziyo bathi umhloli.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the executive, honorable members of this august house, ladies and gentlemen. On the 10th of April 1993, the then President of the African National Congress, President Nelson Mandela, addressed the nation following the brutal assassination of Comrade Chris Hani, our commander, the teacher, the comrade, a leader, a revolutionary and a martyr. Indeed, as we remember this immeasurable loss, Honorable Chair, that we sustained exactly 30 years ago, let us continue to pursue our revolutionary cause with even greater determination, as Madiba correctly implored, the cause of building a non-racial, a non-sexist, a democratic, and a prosperous South Africa. Honorable Chair, allow me to start my debate and appreciate all the departments that presented their budget votes from Tuesday to date. I want to reaffirm, Honorable Chair, that the people of KwaZulu-Natal never made a mistake by voting the ANC into power, as all the departments have delivered to the people of this province. Intuthuko ibonakala ngamehlo in all the corners of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, allow me to welcome the presentation which has been presented by our politically sound, visionary, and par excellence speakership of this institution. Speaker, thank you for dedicating this budget to our stalwart, a feminist indeed, a mouthpiece for social justice and women emancipation, and the leader of the ANC par excellence. We salute the contribution of our former speaker, Somlomo Wetu. I must say, we're not ready for the departure of Comrade Jinwala. However, our responsibility is to take the baton forward as this collective. Somlomo, we fully agree that above everything else, we should respect the decorum of this house and the house rules, which were adopted by all of us and which bind all of us. Speaker, we all took an oath to serve, and that is the least we can do. As the ANC, we want to firmly condemn the unbecoming foreign behavior conducted by some members of this legislature. These members wanted cheap popularity at a time when the people of KwaZulu-Natal were eager, befuna ukuzwa ukuthi zithini inhlelo kahulumeni kuyiseni KwaZulu-Natal phambili, kusekela kwezokukhulisa umnotho, ukwakha amathuba emisebenzi, ukulwa nobugebengu njalo njalo, kodwa baphazamiseka abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Ngifuna ukusho ngingananazi ukuthi lesi senzo esenzeka kwiSOPA noma kwi-State of the Province Address kwenziwa abafowethu nodadewethu bama-overall abovu, sasiyisimbi, siyichilo, asingaphinde senzeke kakhulukazi in the presence of our king, uhlanga lomhlabathi. Impela Speaker, mawuxolisa uxolisela thina sonke kungangezwe lakhe. Kobaluleka Speaker ukuthi lamalunga ayingosana uke uwahlelele nje ama-workshop abo bodwa. Bafunde ukuthi how one behaves when one is a public representative. Nanokuthi what it means, because siyi-ANC singangenelela nje sale sesibahabulisa. I also want to say that political party missed the point. They missed the point because njengoba sesishamthetho kwenza umsebenzi wesizwe, and it is not a place for populist demagogues. Ubudlwembe and disrespect of our standing rules have no space. We also want to extend the apology to our hardworking Premier, the Honorable Nomsa Dube Somlom. We humbly apologize to her for that disruption. Sekela Somlomo, as the ANC, we want to raise that the members who interrupted the SOPA are the very same members who do not attend to portfolio committee meetings. Equally, that is evident in the budget votes debates that we are having as from Tuesday to date. Niyasibona siwukhongolose siwumbutho wabantu besilokhu sikhona, kodwa kubona kukhona amalunga amabili nje kuphela. The general level of absenteeism of these members is a disgrace, baholela mahala. Hence, we feel strongly that the Speaker must conduct an assessment on their attendance. We are also raising that we have these members being booked by the legislature in hotels. However, to our surprise, they attend the legislature programs late or do not come at all, as the speaker also alluded to that. This is very wrong. We are speaking value for money. We therefore call upon the speaker that an investigation be conducted in this regard, as this is a wasteful and a fruitless expenditure. Honorable members, I want to stress the importance of constituency work, which is one of our core functions. As the ANC, we appreciate the additional funding of 100 million rands, which is specifically for civic education. Sikushayela ihlombe kakhulu, as it will assist all of us as political parties of this House in the intensification of our constituencies. We thank the Treasury for this allocation. Honorable Speaker, whilst we appreciate the additional funding towards constituency work, we must indicate, honorable members, that the budget cuts of 205 million rand, which the Speaker alluded to, usiphazamise kancane ngoba ngabe sikude kakhulu. However, with those mentioned financial constraints, I want to commend the leadership provided, as we never lowered the bar. The institution was able to apply various methods, which we call digitalization, or rather modernization, which ensured that we remain the model institution in South Africa. Honorable Chair, the Speaker raised matters around online and hybrid meetings, which have assisted our institution to save a lot, in line with the reasons that were cited by the Speaker, which are very true, which simply means that there are positive innovations which were produced by COVID-19, which challenged us as an institution to employ different strategies indeed that are positive reasons, as we are saving today. When our meetings are held virtually, especially when we are confronted with our building renovations. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we welcome the launching of a digital register, which will serve as a monitoring tool and strengthen accountability, where members will not behave anyhow and will assist political parties' whips to enforce discipline easily. We also commend the e-library, which we must use to our benefit, including the envisaged digital performance dashboard. We want to agree, Speaker, that migrating to the digital performance dashboard is a step towards the right direction. Somlomo siyi-ANC siyayiqhenya kakhulu ngomsebenzi owenziwa yi-institution yethu. Our institution is known all over. It reaches all parts of KwaZulu-Natal, in all corners, in the deep rural areas, in the townships, nakuzo zonke indawo, through audiovisual system of this institution, where everyone can be part of the legislature as we serve the communities. Sizisebenzi noma ithunywa. Ngakho-ke, the ANC-led institution has made means that a mother who resides in the deep rural areas in Kwanyusa, in Ward 10, Ndwete municipality, can today listen to the Speaker when she is presenting inhlelo zeParliament, kanjalo nezinye inhlelo. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tongalama Voso. The next speaker from the Inkatha Freedom Party is Honorable O.B. Kunene for 5 minutes. Demande. Tambolunye zingaba zinti yokufuze khakhonyoko.
Ayangazi finish. Kunjalo kunjoba usho nje.
Yobefuze khakhonina.
Shaya khona impela. The Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MSCs, Honorable members of this august House, the Secretary to the Legislature, senior managers and officials that provide support to Starkov and members' affairs, guests to the Honorable Speaker who are here today. I rise on behalf of the IFP to emphasize the importance of the oversight role that this legislature exercises over the executive arm of government and also the lawmaking role that this legislature must perform. We are now towards the end of our term as members of this legislature and are bound to look back and assess how did we execute the mandate which the electorate gave to us in 2019. I hope long after we have gone, generations to come will, when they look at the work that we did, be satisfied that this crop of legislators remained true to their mandate and fulfilled their responsibilities. You have alluded to a very important point, Honorable Speaker, when you talked about impact oversight, which must be implemented. This point dovetails to the points that I'm raising above of oversight that you are exercising as the members of this legislature. The IFP notes that this legislature has been allocated a budget of 748 million rand for the financial year 2023-24. We are concerned that this legislature continues to experience cuts in its budget, as has been the case in the previous financial years. The cuts that are effected make it impossible for the legislature to execute its tasks in terms of the plans that it wants to implement. However, the IFP welcomes the allocation of an additional amount of 100 million rand to strengthen constituency work of the public representatives. Funding political parties is very crucial, Honorable Speaker, because it assists political parties with financial means to enable them to interact with their constituency, by extension to interact with the voters that elected these parties into office. Further to this, we welcome the 15 million rand to be allocated to this legislature as announced by the Honorable MEC for Finance for the purposes of conducting voter education sessions leading up to the 2024 national and provincial elections. Voter education is crucial to enable the voter to exercise his or her democratic right enshrined in the Constitution of our country to vote for a party of your choice. Funding the legislature to conduct voter education amplifies the work that political parties and the IC do to educate the voter, thus assisting in improving the voter turnout and ensuring that the voter is confident to cast his or her vote on the day of elections. The IFP wishes that oversight visits to be conducted this year take a different format. Newly identified institutions to be visited should be accompanied by reports of implementation of resolutions by the respective departments of the previous oversight visits, which the legislature has embarked upon since 2019. We are also concerned that when oversight visits are going to be conducted and people that are going to be visited are made aware of the visit of the legislature members, we don't get the accurate picture of the situation on the ground as the voter experiences it on a day-to-day basis. These oversight visits should not be a tick box exercise. A lot of effort put by the honorable members of this House when they visit different institutions of government, and a lot of financial resources are released by this legislature in order to ensure that these oversight visits identify the state of things as they are at that moment. We cannot afford not to check whether the outcome of these visits are implemented by the respective government departments. On the International Empowerment Program, I'll come back, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mgozi. The next speaker, it's Honorable Kika of the Democratic Alliance for 8 minutes. Apologies, I don't know your clan name.
My clan name, I'll educate you.
I am not taking that.
You're not taking that.
He is giving me wrong.
Oh, Nishan.
I don't. Continue.
Okay. All right. Chairperson, I greet you with the international greeting of peace. Today, we should be discussing the issues around the legislature's Vote 2 budget, but this seems more than a little surreal given the wider context. We should, for instance, be talking about how a criminal cabal is destroying our economy and looting the treasury for their own personal benefit. But that would be a wider political issue, and we know the ANC never abuses its debating time for talking about such matters. So I won't. I quote these words from the DA stalwart and former member of this House, the Honorable late Mark Steele. The DA believes that the fiscal management of this legislature is an example, or rather a model, that if provincial departments duplicate it, it would find service delivery improved in significant measure. Indeed, this is a credit to the Speaker and her civil service component. All this despite the existing pressures where the international empowerment programs are funded from savings. In addition, there were budget cuts of almost 90 million rand and then another 90 million rand difference between the final appropriation last year and that of 23-24. In the DA, honorable members, we take oversight very seriously, and we expect our members to be prepared with members' questions, statements, and motions. And the reality is that this legislature, political parties have for a very long time been shortchanged. Therefore, the additional allocation of 100 million rand for political parties funding over the MTF is most welcomed. It is yet to be seen how this will permit greater input by members once the tranches begin to come in. Some members are still complaining about the tardiness of the executive's response to parliamentary questions. Chairperson, of concern is the risk of abuse of the voter education program. While it is intended to deepen democracy, we have already seen a member of this House telling young learners and education staff that their grants and funds for their toilets will be dependent on who they vote for because they are those that will not provide this. This is the usual claptrap that is unacceptable. This program will therefore require close monitoring to ensure that these public funds are not abused to advance the political agenda of any political party over the other. Whilst the Speaker has raised this issue in her debate, and I repeat it in the spirit of her calling us to say that we must raise those issues even if she doesn't want to hear it. In July last year, the Honorable Rogers invited members to the Greens chambers to have a look at the conditions under which the DA works. Whereas there has been some movement and an attempt to fix the moldy, damp, leaky rot, and now recently a broken window in some of the toilets and even transparent windows. And I must say about this, lapho umakhelwane bekwazi ubona isinga sami. He said at the time that the legislature must tell the landlord to take a hike. And it is precisely what needs to happen. Enough is enough. Either he fixes this dungeon, or as instructed by the leader of the DA, we will either not attend meetings of the legislature in this precinct until there is a resolution, or the alternative is that we go and have our meetings on the road in front of the legislature and block off the road in protest. It is time to tighten the bolts on this landlord. Our deadline is the 30th of May. Chairperson, I refer to presiding officers other than the Speaker, where your responsibilities and duties are far greater. Regarding these presiding officers, they must be the custodians of integrity of this House, and they must preserve it.
Sorry, Honorable Kika, can you please take the seat? Honorable Msholozi.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise on Rule 57, 1A. Asimzwanga ngempela sifuna ukwazi basila u-2 days. Manje ungezwa asizwanga nje uthini. Sicela siphindele.
Okay, Honorable Kika.
The presiding officers have a responsibility to preserve the decorum of the members of the House.
We are not even awaiting for me to.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said I must continue. Wasting our time.
I wanted, not your time is held.
I'll show you the pictures. You know, they're. I'll show you the pictures. They're standing there looking inside.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
you address me.
Oh,
not
sorry, Madam Chairperson.
I don't know whether you heard what Honorable Msholozi said.
No, I'll share the pictures with Honorable Kaluza because she's here.
Msholozi was not asking for the
No, I know he's not asking, but don't worry about him. Let's carry on.
Okay, let us continue, Honorable Speaker.
About the singer, I don't know. They must ensure that there's smooth running of the House. And very importantly, Madam Chairperson, they must have an absolute duty to impartiality. Our presiding officers have neither the time nor the experience that the Speaker or other members of this House have under their belt. And in three particular instances involving three particular presiding officers, they have taken what has taken a lot of time after Lydia Johnson to build and punctured it. The deliberations over the last 2 days were nothing short of scorn and scandal in some of the instances. One presiding officer even allowed the engagement of one MEC directly with members. This should never have happened in the first instance. Ironically, and in retrospect, if you look at the incident, it just reminded me of an interaction between some people and a drunk uncle at a funeral. Yet another allowed usual precedent to lapse by allowing what was previously considered unparliamentary to become the norm. And still others sat on the chair and thought that they could wield unfettered authority here without checks and balances, as if they were sitting in their party political branches. Now, these are profound words of Plato. If their meaning is pondered upon for those who assume the responsibility as presiding officers and who make hefty decisions sitting in that chair, he said, it is better, in fact, to be guilty of manslaughter than of fraud about what is fair and just. Chairperson, our rules must be developed further to tighten up what happens in the gallery. Anyone who has attended the gallery in the National Assembly will understand the rules of being there. There are persons present there to ensure that the rules of the gallery are enforced. Yesterday, during the budget debate on vote 8, an official allegedly from the same department continued to record the proceedings on her cell phone, scoffing and mocking at the Honorable Gumede from the IFP and other members of this House, and made the proceedings on her social media page seem like this was a theater of clowns. The department's MEC, I'm sure if we give the name to him, he will know who this official is. The disregard by some guests of the rules and their participation is neither actively prevented, nor are the warnings of the Speaker or presiding officers ever heeded. The privileges of this House are ultimately undermined, and this institution of democracy is made a mockery of. To deepen our democracy, our institutions must work and be firmly based on the values and principles that encompass freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. These are the values enshrined in the Republic's Constitution, and we reaffirm our commitment to these outstanding values, including constitutionalism, the rule of law, the rights of individuals, as well as social market economies, to mention but a few. Nkosi Sikeleli, Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kika. The next speaker is Honorable M.W. Twala for 6 minutes of economic freedom fighters. Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF for 6 minutes. This is the third attempt trying to call upon honorable members. This is the third attempt when I'm trying to call upon Honorable Twala of the EFF so that when he is on the media, on the social, on the platform, he can respond. He is not responding. So he is not even on virtual platform. Therefore, I call upon the next speaker. No. I was calling Honorable Twala. Please don't disrupt me, Honorable Mtomhle. The next speaker is Honorable Shinga of the NFP, National Freedom Party, for 2 minutes. Akushingwena, kushingisibongo.
Majojobela. Sihlalo walendlu malunga hloniphekile. Egameni le-NFP siyasemukela futhi siyasekela isabelo mali sika 2023-2024 njengokwethulwa usomlomo. Nakuba sibonakala sisincane ekufezekiseni eminye imisebenzi ebhekene nesishayamthetho ikakhulukazi ezinhlelweni zokufundisa nokugqugquzela ukuvota. Iqiniso lithi ukhetho luka 2024 luzoba ngolwehlukile kulandela isinqumo senkantolo yomthethosisekelo nokuzodinga ukuba abavoti bafundiseke kakhulu. It is so pleasing to see a renovated, beautiful and modernized legislature administrative building with unisex facilities and improved security equipment and so on. Appointment of consultants has become a major challenge into all government institutions and departments, especially due to watertight budget constraints. However, the NFP encourages the Office of the Speaker to exhaust all avenues to establish the systems of internal audit than relying on consultants. It will also assist in the job creation and to cut costs regarding the service of consultant. The legislature has done a commendable job of reviewing the compensation of employees' budget in the 2023-2024 to ensure that the growth is sufficient for filling critical existing posts. As a result, the legislature reprioritized some of its funds to increase the budget allocation against compensation of employees to offset the pressures against compensation of employees within Program 1 and reprioritize a further 2.997 million and 4.173 million in 2024-2025 respectively to the offset pressures within Program 2. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cynthia Shingaricious. The next speaker from the African National Congress for 9 minutes, it's Honorable J.N. Kele Ndosinkomsengwile.
Ngibonge somlomo. Ngibonge sihlalo. Ngibingelele usomlomo wethu. Members of executive. Ngibingelele no premier wethu engekho. Honorable members of this August House. Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, let me appreciate the budget speech that has been tabled by our Honorable Speaker, Umama Unontembo Boys. Chairperson, I want to affirm once again that indeed we are an activist, people's-centered legislature, thanks to our liberation movement, uKhongolose. Ngifisa ukuthi ke ngiquote usomqulu kaKhongolose osubizwa ngokuthi Freedom Charter kwiphathi ethi people shall govern. Leyo phathi ngiyazi ukuthi abantu bayithatha njengento ejwayelekile kodwa kuthina isho okuningi as ama-members e-ANC futhi abantu base KwaZulu-Natal funa bazi ukuthi sazibophezele kulo somqulu othi people shall govern. Honorable Chairperson, let me appreciate the budget speech that has been tabled by our Honorable Speaker, Umam Nontembeko Boys. We want to say that as the African National Congress, we salute the work and leadership that Speakership has executed throughout the years in ensuring that our legislature remains one of the best in the country. Honorable members, allow me to give credit where it is due. I commend the provincial government response in decisively dealing with crime through the strategy as presented by the Premier and the MEC Waga Safe and Liaison. KwaZulu-Natal will be a safe province. Hence, today one is proud that all our department will contribute to 10 million in the fight against crime. Halala hulumeni KwaZulu-Natal. This institution remains one of the best legislature in the country. You can go anywhere, they will tell you, even in the Western Cape, they know us because of our style of leadership and operations. Hence, we salute you. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, sifuna ukusho ukuthi lesi sishayamthetho is excelling at work with evidence in the clear budget speech which has been presented. Indeed, this is a people-centered and activities legislature, which the African National Congress always says that it wants to see. Honorable members, allow me to express the African National Congress view on the issue that our speaker has raised on the public involvement or public participation. I can confirm that indeed our legislature is a centered people's government. Their involvement at the center. Speaker, we continue to do a steering job when it comes to sectoral work. Let me start with the one that are close to my heart, particularly the Youth Parliament, Women's Parliament, and Workers' Parliament. They have continued to be conducted accordingly, including other sectoral work conducted. Person with disability, the elderly sex workers symposium, amongst others, and many which we have all participated on. What is important about these sectoral activities conducted, they were highly successful even on event. If they were slightly glitches, our legislature has always been able to appreciate the shortcoming and improve moving forward. Impela sisebenza nabantu. Speaker, as you clearly articulated and reminded this House of our mission as this legislature, which is to deepen democracy, KwaZulu-Natal through robust oversight, effective public involvement, progressive and efficient law making, and I must say, we are in accordance with what we stand for as our sectoral work speaks for itself. Speaker, again, sectoral work, we want to acknowledge the One Young Women Symposium, which was held last year in Mandini, which was a huge success. We applaud the ANC-led government for coming up with such program, which focuses on the plight of these young women. Honorable Speaker, I could not agree more with you on the crucial need of the legislature to effectively exercise its oversight work. Our portfolio committee chairperson, Honorable Kabashe, including portfolio committee members, we are still having sleepless nights due to some portfolio committees that do not have researchers. Therefore, as the African National Congress, we want to call upon the Treasury to fund the special request of the legislature, particularly on the capacitation of the research units. We are raising this sharply because the non-allocation therefore limits proper oversight execution, especially since our oversight is in main is a research driven and as guided by our sectoral oversight model. Honorable members, we want to commend the civil education program that the speaker has reflected on. Indeed, legislature must have this civil education as part of deepening the democracy and educating our citizens about the importance of voting. As the African National Congress, we are saying, Speaker, we welcome this program, which must be targeted driven and must prioritize the youth in high school and in tertiary institutions of learning in those districts. Hence, this allocation of 15 million is what we all appreciate, as this civil education is crucial in line with our line of work. This is commended. Again, Speaker, we appreciate the partnership the legislature has with IEC and Home Affairs, and we want to stress that IEC and Home Affairs must be available in all our programs. Ngivumele ngincome umasipala waseThekwini oyisibonelo esihle to all of us, as signed MOU with Home Affairs chairperson uku-assista abafundi ngama-ID kanye nama-issues asondelene khona. Speaker, whilst you were speaking about strengthening public participation, we are welcoming the strategic partnership that this legislature seeks to forge with Indlunkulu waKwaZulu in educating society about the legislature and for civil education purposes. When Indlunkulu conducts programs like Umkhosi Womhlanga, Umkhosi Wokweshwama kanye neminye imikhosi, ngoba kusuke sibaningi kuwona, ukuthi kube khona u-IEC kanye ne-Department yaka Home Affairs. Honorable Speaker, we want to appreciate your stewardship, foresight, and sound leadership. You are indeed steering this ship to the right direction under difficult conditions with limited resources. However, the speakership stood firm and assured that all core activities of the legislature continue accordingly, all costs. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC support the budget. The budget. Indeed, ANC sisebenza nabantu ukushintsha izimpilo zabo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndosi Makai. The next speaker is Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans of the MF for 2 minutes. Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans of the MF for 2 minutes. This is the third and last attempt. Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans of the MF. It's not in the house. So the next speaker, it's Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM. Bangazitha, mfundisi wethu. Singabakho ba.
Sibonga kakhulu esihlalo somlomo, asibonga kakhulu enkulumo oyithulela, inkulumo ethintayo. Siyabonga nokuthi ke waya kulela office lethu wabona ukuthi sihleli kanjani. Asibonge ke somlomo ukuthi uhlelo lokuthi siphume siphele la sendleleni, ngoba sazi nokuthi ke leya ayikho ubani kanjani kwenziwani. Asiphume nje siphele. Kodwa ngifuna somlomo lesikhathi sami ngisithathe kahle, ngithi Honorable Kika, angisakuthembi manje. Sakhuluma kamnandi kanjena wathi ngeke kulwele, inkulumo yinhle. Ningeshela kodwa ngizoliqoma kanjani mina ngingenalo iqiniso kangaka. Ngoba phela ukhulume kamnandi wathi le nkulumo imnandi kasomlomo inje uvuka kuyona uyalwa khona. Into enhle ayinqonye mayinhle, uma imbi ayinqome mayimbi. No purpose uyangazi njalo, ngiyabuya kwi7th administration noma niyathanda noma nithanda.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Phakathi. The next speaker is supposed to be Honorable Manxele. He has tendered apology. Then the next speaker, it's Honorable O.B. Kunene of the IFP for 5 minutes. Demand. Mthandazo. Awuthi ngugcwalisele ngoba ngizazi zonke. Umthandazo.
Khona baphatheka kabi sihlalo hloniphekile. Honorable Chairperson, on the Intentional Empowerment Program, the IFP is pleased that the legislature was able to fund the member empowerment programs through the savings realized in the 2021-22 financial year. These empowerment programs are helpful to help enable members of this House to acquire knowledge, which assists them as they fulfill their responsibilities. We support the review of the policy as you have proposed, Honorable Speaker. The IFP is concerned about the budget cuts. As we earlier said, the legislature requires researchers to enable portfolio committees to be able to exercise their oversight responsibilities effectively. Hence, the request of 10 million rand required for scope up, PPP, and institutional programs. We support the call by the portfolio committee of the legislature, Starkov, that the legislature should continue to engage the provincial treasury to motivate for additional funding for the legislature. We also wish, Honorable Speaker, as you have raised the issue of the new legislative building, to remind this House that there is a state-of-the-art legislative building in Ulundi, which would save costs if it were to be implemented, if it were to be utilized. Honorable Speaker, in our debate last year, we raised sharply the concern that honorable MECs do not respond to written questions. We wish to repeat this concern because we have not seen much difference since we raised this matter last year. Members' questions directed to the honorable MECs are a very important instrument of oversight that honorable members of this House use to hold the honorable MECs accountable. Since our democracy is a participative democracy, it is important that when the members of this House embark upon public hearings, they engage in an effective manner. Recently, public hearings which were held by the 8-tier portfolio committee on the Copyright and Performance Amendment Bill, which I was part of, it remained a concern to me that the two bills were not translated into isiZulu. It makes a mockery of public hearings if the community we are to engage with do not understand what we have come to consult them on if it's not translated into a language they are comfortable to converse with. We appreciate the professional support that is provided by the senior managers and staff of the portfolio committee on the work that this legislature does. We also appreciate the purchase of visual equipment that is being proposed, which is going to go a long way to save on cost of hiring equipment, which this institution has been utilizing all this long. The point of exploring bringing on board the technical experts, Honorable Speaker, to enhance oversight is fully supported because really when we as the portfolio committee members go on oversight, do not actually possess the necessary technical expertise to ask the right questions, to assess and evaluate the structures that we're going to exercise oversight on. So we really appreciate that. The IFP supports the budget of the legislature for the 23-24 financial year. We wish also to thank the staff of the Members' Affairs for the support that they are giving to the members of this portfolio committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Demande. The last member to debate from the African National Congress, Honorable VP Kaluza, for 10 minutes. Bonomnyama, Mwabe, Dadewethu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive Council present, the Secretary of the Legislature and your team, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin my debate, Honorable Chair, allow me to make a personal reflection On the 1st of March, 2023, my kids and I were held hostage at gunpoint. That incident, Chairperson, has assured me that when I joined this house in 2019, with all our political differences, I have found a family. The support from honorable members across political lines has truly strengthened me and my family. Moreover, with all their shortcomings, the work of the men and women in blue in ensuring that the culprits are caught and arrested has reassured my faith in them. Indeed, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Honorable Speaker, this debate takes place during the Freedom Month, but also a month where the country lost the mother of the nation, Umama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, a woman who fearlessly fought the evil regime of the apartheid system and triumphantly raised her fist in celebration when the evil system was defeated. We will forever remember her resilience and fighting spirits in ensuring that we'll ensure that just like she did, we will be resilient and not silenced. Slalo, I feel the need that we need to remind Honorable Kika, whilst I agree that the offices of the DA are in an appalling condition, and welcome the intervention that the Speaker has always owned up to this fact. I wish to remind Honorable Kika Uguti, also the DA created the confusion. Mamalala, you'll remember, when Mr. Mngwango was the whip of the DA, he said in the Whips Forum, Honorable Rogers, that the DA can do with just one office. You can go on hindsight. We can do with just one office because they just need it for their admin, for the admin team. They don't need offices as they only come to the legislature once when there are sittings. That was the confusion that was created by their whip, Mngwango. Whilst we acknowledge that there is a challenge and a challenge that needs to be resolved so that all members are treated equally. We just wanted to remind Honorable Kika on that fact. I must state from the onset, Honorable Chair, that we support this budget. We support it knowing very well that it is not enough to fulfill the needs of this institution. I have no doubt that even the MEC of Treasury will agree with me when I say, i-legislature udinga. My comrades have spoken on the conduct of the EFF members, and I can't agree more. I am sure nabo behleli laphaya laba bakhona kusamababili, they are embarrassed on their behalf. Abanye asibazi namagama ngoba bafika emsebenzini, abanye singabadlula endleleni ngoba sibazi nokuthi banjani ebusweni, but they get paid. The only thing that they know best is to disrupt the sofa and disrespect His Majesty and disappear. That's what they know best. Kodwa-ke nathi kwamele sibuye sizibuze Chief Whip Umkhatshwa ukuthi, have we enforced the rules that we have adopted? Sike sibabone emahhotela as the Speaker has highlighted, kodwa emsebenzini bengafiki. I therefore wish to call for an investigation that will check whether they have not abused public funds by sleeping in hotel at the legislature's expense, and I wish to do so invoking section 5.1 of the policy on travel, accommodation and assistance for members. Kazi kuyaziwa yini komkhululeni bantu be-EFF ukuthi anize emsebenzini. Further to that, when it comes to the EFF absenteeism in the House and in committees, I wish to call for an investigation to check if they are not in breach of the rules of this House and request that the Speaker invoke Rule 29.1, Rule 30.1 and 2, Rule 31.1 and Rule 32.1 and 2 of the adopted amendment rules. Honorable Chair, whilst we note that the Speaker has indicated the improvement in attendance of meetings, asikosho ukuthi sizoyibukela eduze eyabahlonishwa abenza i-drive-through kuma-programs kanye nalaba abafika sekuzoqedwa and continue to claim for traveling. We view this the same way as those who sleep in hotels and then end up not attending. How do you justify ukulala golden horse kumele uze la emsebenzini kodwa ufike ngo-12 emhlanganweni uqale ngo-9? I hope the IFP, Honorable Gwala, has extended an apology for Honorable Telezi because she was at Golden Horse last night. Honorable Chairperson, the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal is one that have a very strong public participation program. This is also proven by the number of events, even at an international level, where the speaker has been invited to speak. This goes to show that we are a legislature at work. The groundbreaking initiatives that were adopted in this term has put this legislature on a national and international map. The LGBTQIA+ symposium has given a voice to a sector that had been marginalized. The sex work symposium has ensured that there is no voice that is silenced. As such, we call upon the legislature beyond this particular term to continue breaking new grounds, giving the voice to the voiceless and strengthening its public participation. We must equally appreciate how the legislature has ensured that the work of the CWP continues to function. We've seen this through programs that have impacted knowledge to women from different spheres across political lines, including this was seen in the appreciation we received from Abafelokazi in one of our programs when we invited the widows. We must equally welcome the call for taking serious interest on voter education ukuze sibe kule ndlu ingenxa yabavoti. Balekileke ukuthi siye kuzo zonke inkalo lapho kukhona abavoti siyobafundisa ngokubaleka kokuvota. Honorable Speaker, siyakwemukela okuphakanyiswe ishayamithetho ukuyokhuleka kungangezwe lakhe. Ukubukela edukuze izinhlelo zokusebenzisana. Siyazi ukuthi izinhlelo zasendlunkulu ziletha abantu bezindawo ezihlukene. As such, the proposed collaboration will assist this institution in fulfilling its part of the mandate. Ngiyazi ke somlomo ukuthi ushilo ukuthi working with IEC and Stats say you will look into the available population statistics to decide on areas that will be targeted, making in emphasis in particular to colleges and universities. We wish to lobby the Speaker in this House to have a targeted program of voter education to institutions of higher learning. This call is made in recognizing the fact that these institutions have a number of young people who will not only be first-time voters, but also who are not registered to vote. Yingakho sizophinda sishayeke indesheni kwi-provincial treasury to fulfill its commitment in ensuring that siyawuthola uchatha when it comes to the adjustment budget and we receive our 15 million and even more if possible, Honorable Nkonyeni. When COVID-19 forced us to do things in a manner that was unknown to many, the legislature continued to work. This administration, led by the secretary, under the guidance of the speaker, ensured that the work of oversight is not neglected. This was evident in the tools of trade that were made available to members. And when this legislature realized that connectivity was a challenge to many members and hindered the work of members, it went further to assist those affected with network and ensured that they get boosters connected to their homes. Ngokomthetho somlomo, kulezi nsizwa esesizitholile, including the members' capacity building program on ICT, kumele ngabe asisenawo lamaphepha aphambi kwethu. Chairperson, ngiyazi umtimandele ngeke azavumelane nami. Chairperson, I am happy that the Speaker has indicated that the project of rules amendment remains ongoing. This will allow the opportunity to the collective of the IFP to have a voice. After all, when they couldn't keep up with the debate, they threw their toys on the ground and walked out on the process. We must also agree with the Speaker on strengthening oversight, using our standing rules and strengthening them if needs be, but equally ensuring that we conduct our oversight as guided by the sector oversight model. Yesterday, during the Education Portfolio Committee, we asked honorable members what has been their role in playing oversight over the Education Department, and as such, we must emphasize on the issue of oversight, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mnguni. Now we are giving the opportunity, the Honorable Speaker, to respond on the debate by honorable members. Bahubela.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Generally, we don't fight here with the vote two. We only fight in the Rules Committee. That's where the honorable members fight with me, your honorable members, Honorable Shabisa. They once said to me they won't sit in the meeting of the rules, your members. Now, I'm glad that today they are now sitting. I appreciate the contributions from all parties. Really, I appreciate, including the parties that were speaking from the both sides of their mouths, the DA. But I appreciate that, yeah, they remain true to who they are sometimes. I will start with the Deputy Chief Whip on digitization. We appreciate what she's raising, but on connectivity, whilst we have done a lot, honorable members and boosters, but I want to say to you, we have also noted that when you are speaking sometimes, big five, nale subikhuluma konqutu, anizwakali kahle. We have requested the secretary to also once more start assessing whether there isn't any new model, because we also want you to be clear so that your constituencies can also see you when they listen to you, especially because you will start electioneering. We don't want you to see us as if we don't want to be heard properly. We will do that. On the issue of the EFF and how they do. Look, we will do the investigation properly because now we are finding the registers according to the rules. But I want to report that the executive manager, financial services, I think it was on the 18th, he sent me a report that I signed where he is recommending investigation on members of this house on their no-shows. Strangely, yes, they are from both sides. The very same members that others are mentioned here, they are there. They are there. I am glad that most of you who are leaders, you do not appear there from both sides of the house, but you are not leading there in here. So those that are leaders, you do not appear, but you are there. They are there, members, and we have signed it off. And he was putting a long time. I told him that I want that report, not that Kusabuyi report. I want policy effected on the 15th of June. You will see by deductions in the 15th of June. We don't have time to waste now, but we will also effect rules now. We have no apologies from EFF. Usually they just come and after 2 meetings, because they know that they have 3 meetings, then they connect and break. Now I think that they are now in contempt of the rules. Some of them. We're going to do these investigations and see what we do and come back to the House. Honorable members, we want to reflect on ourselves, honestly. And it's a discussion that I'm glad the family is gone, that we had with the secretary after the passing of Ms. van der Walt. I think we need to improve on our psychosocial support as the legislature. This house is cold, but we don't need to be cold when we are doing the administration outside. We have never had a wellness program for you as members. So we can't leave that with the next term. You know, Speaker Nkonyeni, not Emerson Nkonyeni, I don't know that person. I know my sister who Speaker Nkonyeni. She laid a sound foundation in terms of wellness programs for members of the legislature. So I am appealing, I've appealed with the secretary to revive that foundation and legacy of wellness, taking care of the members. There's an issue on using public hearings to explore Honorable Mtimande using languages. I think it's a matter of the Constitution. Secretary, we must expedite on doing that. Non-response to parliamentary questions still persists. Yes, I've said there in the report that, but there's forever room for improvement. But honestly, they have improved tremendously. Leader of government business, Duma. He is not here, but Honorable Smelane, you're going to tell him. I said, even in the speech, what is written. He has improved. It assists when you have people that have been in the legislature long when they go to the executive. The turnaround that I get, it's much, yeah. Legislature decisions, honorable members, are taken in a particular fashion. Uyazi lapha kwaBoys makuthathwa isinqumo akufani nakwacele. Kwacele ungenzeka ukuthi uhlangana amadoda ngasesibayeni. Ekhaya nam ndiya involve kukhona ilevel eku-involve kuyo mama kube seku-involve namantombazana angendanga kwaBoys. But I don't expect that komunye umuzi. But on public institutions across South Africa, there is one way. It's democratic. Honorable Ndimanda, you want us to go to Olundi? Come here. Use democratic processes. Anyway, you said you are winning the province next year. Come next year and then take people to Olundi. Now there is a decision that was taken during the time that you were in control of this province, democratically. One, there, Olundi, by members of this house, nge-majority, yabalanda Olundi, niphethe, yabaleta la. It remains. So let's not talk about that. Vela ngithi nabanye kune-team ewina njalo eSouth Africa bathi behlula ngomuthi. I will not respond to that. On members' capacity building, honorable members, on members' capacity building, yes, honorable demanded that program is assisting, and we will continue with it. But I must speak about the one that is done by the sector, the one of vets and the one of UJ. Yebahlonishwa. Nina nifike nibhalise lapha kubhatalwa izizumbulu zemali nijike ningayobhala ama-exam. Yanibona la endlini njengamanje. Nithi seningabhalanga ama-exam nijike nithi hayi kune-course emfishane engiyenzayo, you don't bring results. And then you come here and speak about fraud and corruption and lack of accountability. At the Speakers Forum last week, KwaZulu-Natal moved on the tightening of the policy, and from next year we will be recovering from labo bantu. Honorable Rogers and Honorable Smelane and Honorable Sithole Moloi, they know that in our time in that program, that thing was not easy. We were not doing it. You would withdraw officially. Hayi lento ngiyabhala. Hayi ngiqala mina lento abantu bevele bangayobhala ama-exam anisafelish nofelish. You don't write. Hayi ngeke. Usungabhalanga ube sawuthi uyofunda eDamelini, ufike naseDamelini awuzivisa ama-results. Hayi. Honorable members, yes, we also have an arrangement with IEC and the Department of Home Affairs, and we will be working with them during the civic education. On internal audit, internal audit is already internal. We are finalizing the recruitment for the manager for internal audit. We will be re-advertising the senior internal auditor, yes, the legislature. The improvements in the legislature building across eyikuhleke lapha ngikhalela ukuthi abahlonishwa baye ngalena kubuye osecretary beze ngapha. It's very beautiful. But Honorable Mavuso, you are raising an issue of the non-participation. We can't have a party. Honorable Keliza, you are not only a member here. I know that you are an office bearer in your party. Why are you having a party that does not participate in budget debates, appropriation? Your party says that you are wearing overalls because you align yourselves with the people of South Africa. You are saying all of us, we are colonized in the minds. Those who are wearing formally, you are the only revolutionaries here. But in essence, you are acting contrary. In fact, I think when you find time, go and listen to the characterization of yourselves in Parliament by the then Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in the previous term, on then Honorable Minister Mbalula, and the recent characterization by Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Deputy Minister Manamela. You are pickpocketing our people. And as your provincial speaker, I have a responsibility to say, stop disrespecting the oath you took here. Because you took an oath to serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal, appropriation bill is a constitutional matter. And you don't participate in that. What is it? Besides being celebrated political pickpocketers. Yes, at the gallery, I think we can speak to that they do not participate, but also those who invite must speak to that. On the issue of presiding officers, honorable members, I think that, Honorable Kika, if there is an issue you want to raise, you say that 3 presiding officers, you know how to raise it. Write to us, we will respond to you. But there is also an issue of parties who interpret rules in their own manner and want all of us as presiding officers. But also, yes, mungoma wena dokotela wami uyangidida. Ngoba mungoma ngiyazi ukuthi kona usubungoma mina. Kodwa futhi kukhona lona ofuna ukumdonsela phansi. You can raise someone and not pull another down. Because don't want to create a Nontembeko who is solely a beacon that is better than anyone. I'm not better. There are better speakers that have been here. And I will never be at their level. Now, what I'm saying is, these presiding officers attended the same workshop that I attended. If there's a mistake, it's a mistake I can make, but write so that we attend to it. Because when we were going to the rules, I will make an example. There's one that I watched yesterday. That is, I know that you were having issues. Your party was part, and when that was outlined the same way that one of the presiding officers ruled in, your party even said, hey, this way that is going to be done, I don't think I will agree to it. And I saw it yesterday, the same party not agreeing to it. So do right, and then we will respond. On the issue of the Greens Chamber, I don't know who's my enemy. I don't know whether it's the landlord or is the DA. What Honorable Kaluza said is correct. Ngayokhipha abasebenzi ngaphesheya ngabancenga u-secretary ukuthi abakhiphe. Because Honorable Mnqango said ufuna ama-office amangaka. When member staff was ready to be moved, Honorable Kika became whip and what I am office. What do we do? We are not paying rent for that landlord. As from May, we're not paying rent. But what we are also not going to do, you are not going to coerce us to be part of the battles of the political owners of property. The legislature will not go to that space. I'm just warning honorable members because we know you have business interests, so all of you. So, on oversight preparedness, I agree with you fully, Honorable Giga. We must be prepared for oversight, but we must not predetermine the outcome of oversight. Before we arrive, our members sethi uhlalo sethi ngizobalungisa laba yabo ngizomlungisa uMC uzothi fika nje ngizobe sengingasezwe iopposition sithi ngizothi fika nje laba ngizobe sengingabasabale. No, let's be prepared by doing proper research. Yingakho sinikeza research allowance, but don't predetermine the outcome. Including the issue of discipline. We can't preempt what will happen. You know, on how do we protect the integrity of voter, of civic education? Look, we are going to protect its integrity, but because we are political animals, and we are all contesting the same political space, sometimes asizothembana. Chief Whip, mina, when I'm going to civic education, there are two members that I want to be in a group with. It's Honorable Kaula and Honorable Ntimande. Or there is a third, Honorable Kudu. I like going with those three members because whilst they may say they don't trust you here, the way they exercise teamwork in the field is amazing. So trust is built. Political trust will be built because we work together. If we go there and work against each other, we will not trust each other, honorable members. So I am appealing that when we go there, let's go with open minds. But don't want us to deviate from the concept. Administration is going to conceptualize this. We will not deviate. They do an educated research. They will table it to us, which becomes policy. But you know, FAMPLA says who is responsible for policy. It would have passed that test. And we assure you, we will not politicize it. But let's have trust. That 100 million, we will only know ukuthi nisebenzisa kahle sinibona niphuma ningena kuzona zonke indawo. Uma sinibona niphuma ningena kuzona zonke indawo, ama members akazufuna ukusho into ekumela isho lapha bebesiwe khona bo chief whip. Kodwa uma ningabasi phela bazoyisho la. But because this thing of a member that said this thing is raised here, whilst it was sent to us sometime and kwathiwa akusosikhalazo. Manje ke ngoba isibiwe la. Angiyiphendule ngoba kuzoba ngathi ngiyayibaleka ngiyayifihla lento. School functionality. Honorable Mavimbela goes to a school with Honorable Kika somewhere in Kokstad. I don't know. I was busy in King Ejwayo. I'm told that she told learners that go and vote for a government that will build toilets, no fee schools, many things, nutrition, whatever she said. Now, I thought that it's going to be brought as a complaint so that we listen to it. Because it was not brought as a complaint, it is left to me now because it's here. It can no longer be a complaint now, it's here. Do you expect Nontembeko to say, go and vote for a party or a government that will say no homosexuals in this country? Do you expect me to say that? Doesn't the Constitution say in the section that gives us local government says that the responsibility for local government is to bring you services, democratic governance that will provide you with services. It's the first one on the objects of local government. What are those services? It's abolition, sanitation. That's my own interpretation because it's not a case. Now, if then Honorable Kika goes and say, go and vote for a government that will not be corrupt, because that's what they say here. Is he campaigning for a political party? Isn't the Constitution advocating for clean governance? I'm asking honorable members. I'm not saying that she was correct. But if it was brought properly, not politicized, now we're unable to objectively deal with it. Now this is what we do in oversight. We interpret what people say in our own political understanding and then think and generalize it. Let's raise matters properly because we have a political responsibility of saying and singing from the same way. If that was wrong, Honorable Kika should have said, Speaker, deal with it properly. Not what he said in the letter that it's not yet, and raise it here. Because here it will be according to one's interpretation. Kodwa ecaleni phela iba ngendlela yecala. Thank you so much. Honorable members, nizifake lezo zichano, niqhakambise le legislature. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the vibrant debate. Siyabonga malunga ahloniphekile wonke who participated in the debate. We have come to the end of the debate of vote 2. I'm now going to allow members to go and have lunch for 30 minutes. We'll be reconvening at 2 o'clock, where we'll be having the full house, and the Honorable Speaker will preside over the house as we used to. Thank you very much, honorable members. Nisebenzile nonke, kodwa khona abasebenze kahle kakhulu kunabanye. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Host Chair.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, let's take this opportunity to have a silent prayer. Amen. Honorable members, let us take a moment to remember in our thoughts and prayers all the souls who have departed from us since our last sitting, either due to normal natural causes or otherwise. All the victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes, all public servants and traditional leaders of the province and the country, victims of road fatalities in our province, the 4 that were shot last night that were mentioned during the debate, and the 10 that were also shot early hours of today in Umsunduzi, Mbali. I believe that 8 of them were women. 8 of them were women. Honorable members, let us now all rise and observe a moment of silence to honor all those. Yanga imiphefumulo yabo ingalala ngoxolo, iintsapho zabo zithuthuzeleke. Amen. Honorable members, as you know that we will start the sitting, we will start it firstly with the item number 3, which is announcements by the Speaker. On the order paper, it appears as item number 3. As you are physically present here and others are present through virtual connection, you are reminded that voting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules, Standing Rule 2884, which states that the presiding officer or chairperson must, before or at the start of the discussion on the matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that there will be voting on the KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill 2023. A party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party or to abstain, if any member wishes to do so. Honorable members, on Wednesday, the 19th of April 2023, the Office of the Speaker received communication from the Honorable Premier, which reads as follows. I quote, I hereby confirm that the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Executive Council has accepted the departure of the Honorable Member of the Executive Council, MEC responsible for Sports, Arts and Culture, Ms. Amanda G. Mapena, who relinquished her role as MEC with effect from 12 April 2023. The Executive Council thanked the Honorable MEC for her commitment and dedication to her work and expressed gratitude and appreciation for her service to the people of KwaZulu-Natal and for the leadership she provided in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The Premier will make an announcement in due course concerning the appointment of a new MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. In the interim, the Premier has appointed the Honorable Ms. Bongisi Tole Muloi, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as the acting MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture by the virtue of the Premier's Act number 16 of 2023, pending the appointment of a new MEC. So, honorable members of, there is a communication that I have also directed to the chairperson of committees and the chairperson of the Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, You're now aware that the MEC that will attend that meeting will be the acting MEC. On apologies, Honorable S.E. Manqele has a party commitment that he's going to attend. However, he will join the proceedings later. The later is not stated. Honorable Esther Kurrach-Banze of the MF is not well and will not be asked. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomusa Dube-Ncube, and members of the Executive Council invite all members of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature to attend the 2023 Freedom Day celebration on Thursday, the 27th April 2023, starting at 10 o'clock at Ward 24 ePhangweni Sports Field in KwaZulu-Natal local municipality in the Uthukela district. Honorable members, kindly note that the Auditor General and the Public Service Commission will be briefing the honorable members on the 25th of April 2023. Please note that the briefings will be in a hybrid format with the members allowed to attend physically at the legislature. We hope that those will be in majority. Also note that both the National Auditor General and the PSC Commission will attend physically. The briefing session will commence at 8 o'clock. All members are expected to be here. We'll now move to item number 4, announcements by the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We do not have any announcements.
During committees. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature tables the Legislature Budget Performance in-year monitoring report for the month of March 2023. The Portfolio Committee, responsible for the oversight over the Office of the Premier, tables the first quarter report for 2022-2023, second quarter report 2022-2023, third quarter report 2022-2023. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements tables their report of the joint report with Quality of Life Committee on their oversight visit that was enjoined to Ugu District, Reinkonyeni Municipality in Masinenge Slums Clearance Housing Project in Ward 3 on the 4th of March 2022. The Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee tables a report on the consideration of the performance report of environmental affairs for the quarter 1 of 2022-2023 financial year, report on the consideration of the performance report of environmental affairs for quarter 4 of 2021-2022 financial year. The Department of Sports, Art and Culture tables AMAFA and Research Institute Annual Performance Plan 2023-2024. Now we move to item number 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. Nkatha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. There are no formal motions and notices. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the main item of the day, which is item number 7 on the order paper. Honorable members, the House sat on the 18th of April 2023 to hold the general budget debate in terms of Rule 237 of the KZN Legislature Standing Rules. At the end of the general budget debate and under Rule 2381, the Speaker referred the Appropriation Bill to a mini plenary for debate on the separate votes and the schedule to the bill. Honorable Chairperson of Committees, Honorable HGS Mavimbela, and Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable M.A. Zulu, together with other presiding officers from the panel, presided over the mini plenaries. In terms of Rule 2382, after the debate on the separate votes have been concluded, and the relevant chairperson has reported to the House, the question must be put on the programs within the vote, the schedule and the appropriation bill. But before we even move to that item, which is on the order paper, honorable members, allow me to call on Honorable HGS Mavimbela to report to the House on the work that she has done with the panel during this week.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Speaker and members of this House, I take this opportunity to report on the progress made in consideration of the department budgets of the 2023-2024 financial year. Following the tabling of Appropriation Bill for 2023 by the MEC for Treasury, Honorable Neliswa Pekin-Konyeni, on Friday, the 10th of March 2023, the Honorable Speaker referred the Appropriation Bill for consideration by committees. A briefing for all committees was held on the 10th of March 2023, where Provincial Treasurer took members through the allocation in detail. This was followed by the budget hearings by the Finance and Individual Committee, which took place Tuesday, 14 March, until all committees adopted their reports and consideration on the 2023-2024 budgets on Friday, 14 April 2023. The legislature has followed the now new established format of parallel and hybrid budget debate sessions, which allowed for some members to be at the legislature in two venues, while others could connect from their offices or homes. The debates were all held as follows. On Tuesday, 18 April, budget debates were held on the following votes. Vote 1, of which is the Office of the Premier. Vote 4, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. On Wednesday, 19th April 2023, the budget debates were held on the following votes. On Hybrid A, vote 7, of which is the Department of Health, and also vote 14, of which is Public Works. Then on Hybrid B, there was vote 9, which is Community Safety and Liaison, and vote 13, Social Development. On Thursday, the 20th of April 2023, budget debates were held on the following votes. On Hybrid A, there was vote 3, which is Agriculture and Rural Development, vote 12, Transport, and vote 8, Human Settlement. On Hybrid B, there was vote 5, which is Education, vote 10, Sport, Arts and Culture, vote 11, which is Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Today, Friday, the 21st of April 2023, the budget debate was held on the following votes. Today, Honorable Speaker, we concluded with debate on vote 6, Provincial Treasurer, and vote 2, the Provincial Legislature. We wish to thank the members that were able to participate in these debates, and our gratitude goes to the Premier and the MECs who all managed to present their budgets. We will be amiss if we did not thank the following honorable members who ensured that the debates take place in a smooth and precise manner as the presiding officers. Honorable M.A. Zulu, Honorable MPP Zungu, Honorable G.N. Swartboy Ntombela, Honorable S. Sinkosi, Honorable T.V. Qulu. Due to not being well as out of province commitments which were reported early, the other two presiding officers, Honorable Gavenda and Honorable LX Hlongwa Madlala, respectively, were excused from having to preside over the debates. We thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the excellent planning which greatly assisted our execution of the budget debates program. We thank the Legislature Secretary, Executive Managers, Parliamentary Secretary, and Financial Services, as well as your team, the ICT team, table staff, office of the Chief Whip, committees, Hansat, and languages services, security and facilities staff for their support. We have concluded our debates on the vote, including the public entities. Honorable Speaker, we are now ready for you to facilitate the voting on the appropriation bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Committees. I appreciate on behalf of the institution, all 80 of us, but also on behalf of the presiding officers, myself and the Deputy Speaker included, we appreciate the work that is done by presiding officers during this time of committees of the House. We also thank all the presiding officers for their work in ensuring that we had a vibrant and fruitful debate on budget votes. We thank you, but we cannot forget parties who decided to bring their members to actually participate as being their voices, because the people who voted for you are trusting you to translate what they wanted to see or hear being spoken of. It is honorable members that do that. Thank you so much. We will then, honorable members, proceed with the voting on the KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill of 2023. And this will conduct in terms of Standing Rule 2412. After the debate has been concluded, the question must be put on the program within a vote, or where a vote comprises more than one program, on all the programs within the vote combined. And thereafter on the vote itself, the schedule or schedules, the adjustments, appropriation bills itself in that order. Divisions, recording of opposition and declaration of vote. Members are reminded that in terms of Rule 2962E of the standing rules, the rules pertaining divisions do not apply to virtual sittings. There will therefore be not be any divisions. There will be allowance for recording of opposition on any program or vote. There will also be allowance for a declaration of vote at the end of the debate. Recording of opposition. The Office of the Speaker has not received any request for a recording of opposition in terms of Rule 921 from any party. But as there is no deadline for this request, parties are still free to do so. In accordance with past practice, all recordings of opposition will be dealt with immediately after the question has been put on the particular programs within the vote in which a party wishes to record its opposition. Declarations of votes. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any request from any party for a declaration of vote. That is to address the House for 3 minutes after the question on the entire bill has been put. There is no deadline for submission of such a request. As is customary, I will, after the bill has been voted on, permit all parties to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 912, if they wish to do so. We will start with the IFP ending with the ANC, following the normal order of GA, EFF, NFP, MF, ACDP, and ATM in between. Voting procedure. I will now go vote by vote and program by program without reading out any figures. Once the House has voted on each program, I will put the vote as a whole to the House. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party, obtain that vote, and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Thus, honorable members, I will start with vote 1, Office of the Premier. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3. IFP. Nibambanga ni caucus babugwalo bizange caucus.
No, the IP has no objection or to this.
We did not get.
The IFP supports.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports that.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF supports.
The NFP.
Supporting the provincial budget, not an ANC.
Kizongamuzo.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Shinga. Honorable members, during voting, it's critical that we be quiet, especially when a party is speaking, because it usually, in fact, it may be taken on review. When a party is not heard on record, it becomes problematic for us as the institution. So I request that whilst it is allowed that you may heckle, but don't do it when the member is just about to vote. So I will apologize to you, Honorable Shinga, but you may go ahead, sis.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Freedom Party supports.
Thank you, MF. The MF has an apology. Excuse me. The ACDP. The ACDP.
Madam Speaker, ACDP also does support the budget.
The ATM.
Madam Speaker, the ATM supports.
And the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC supported the bill. Thank you.
Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? We will start with those on the virtual platform. Secretary, is there any? There is none. We'll come to the House. Any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently? Secretary, if there is none, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor, 65. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Thank you, Secretary. Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Those in favor is 65, against 0, abstentions 0. It is recorded that the programs were supported. Members, for the sake of expediency of the program, for the remainder of the programs and votes, I will simply ask if there is any party that wishes to vote against or to record its opposition to the particular program or vote. May I check that this is okay with you? Okay, thank you so much, honorable members. Those in support of vote 1 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? So the vote is still the same as above. We will record that. So, honorable members, it is therefore recorded that the vote is supported. Because remember what we read before, so we'll not even go back to that one of the members who are voting. We'll go to vote 2, provincial legislature. Then those in support of programs 1 and 2. Honorable members, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Is there any with you, Secretary? Thank you. We'll go to those that are here. There is none. Vote. We will then go to vote 2, provincial legislature itself, the vote itself. Because now it has been recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 2 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against? Oh, it is recorded that the vote is supported, honorable members. Vote 3, agriculture and rural development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3. Is there any party? Are we still together? On the virtual platform, is there anyone who wishes to vote against?
None, Madam Speaker.
Here? It is recorded then that programs 1, 2, and 3 are supported. Now we're going to vote 3. A party or individual member that wishes to vote differently to what they voted on the above. It is recorded that the vote is supported. Going to vote 4, economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. Those that are in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party that wants to change vote or member? Secretary, is there any there?
None on the platform, Madam
It is recorded that the programs are supported. In support of those who are in support of vote 4 as a whole, is there any party or member that changes the vote? Secretary?
None, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 5, education. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party or member who wishes to change the vote? Is it not there? It is then recorded that programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are supported. Is there any party that wants to change their voting on vote 5 as a whole? Or member? Party or a member? So it's still the same, honorable members. It is therefore recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 6, provincial treasury. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party or member who wants to change their vote? It is therefore recorded that there is none. Because there is none, all programs are therefore recorded as supported. We'll go to vote 6 as a whole. Is there any party or individual member that wishes to change their vote from above for vote 6 as a whole? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 7, health. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There is no party or member that changes their voting. It is therefore recorded that programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of vote 7 are supported. Now we're going to vote 7 as a whole. Is there any party or individual member that wishes to change the vote? It is therefore recorded that vote 7 is supported. Vote 8, human settlements. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party or individual member that wishes to change their vote? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Then in support of vote 8 as a whole, is there any party or individual member that wishes to change their voting? It is recorded that the vote is supported. That's vote 8. Now we're going to vote 9, community safety and liaison. Those in support of programs 1 and 2. Is there any party that is voting differently, party or member that is voting differently? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Honorable members will now move to vote 9 as a whole. Is there any party or individual that wants to change the vote? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 10, sports, arts and culture. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party that wants to change their vote? It is recorded that program 1, 2, 3, and 4 of sports, arts, and culture are supported. Those in support of vote 10 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to change their voting? It is therefore recorded that the vote is supported. We're now moving to vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party that wishes to vote to change the vote from the above party or member? Saying that there is none, those it is recorded that the programs are supported. We go now to vote 11. All the programs of vote 11, is there any party? No. Sorry, I went back. I did not turn over the leaf. We are now on vote 11. Is there any party that is wanting to change the vote in vote 11? We're now voting the entire vote, party or member. It is therefore recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 10, those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of vote 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5. Is there any party that wishes to change their voting? It is recorded that the programs are supported. We're now going to vote 12 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to change voting that they have done prior to this vote? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 13, social development, those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party that wishes to vote differently? It is recorded, honorable members, that the programs are supported. Now we're going to vote 13 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to make a change, party or individual? It is therefore recorded that vote 13 as a whole is supported. Hope you heard, Honorable Ngozi. Vote 14, public works, those in support of program 1, 2, and 3. Is there any party that wishes to change their vote? It is therefore recorded that programs 1, 2, and 3 are supported. Those in support of vote 14 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote differently for vote 14? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Honorable members, that concludes voting on all the programs and votes. Now we're going to voting on the schedule and on the bill itself. I will therefore put a question on the schedule to the bill and on the bill itself. Those in support of the schedule to the KZN Appropriation Bill 2023 and of the bill itself, I will start with the IFP. How do you vote on the schedule and the appropriation bill itself?
Well, Speaker, the Gata Freedom Party votes in support. Thank you.
The DA, how do you vote?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Democratic Alliance is in support.
The EFF? What did you say, Honorable Kika?
I said that the Democratic Alliance supports.
Okay. The EFF?
The EFF supports.
The NFP?
Honorable Speaker, we are in support.
MF, they are not in the House. ACDP? ACDP? A whip of minorities. The person who's supposed to guide the minorities. Is he still connected, Secretary? asinayo i-proxy ba ise-UK nakwamanye amazwe la eMzansi asibinayo i-proxy vote kwamanye amazwe ikhona. Is Honorable Mangale on the because you must remember that Honorable Mangale is no longer in the House, honorable members. Otherwise, if you are still in the House, we're going to invoke the rule because the rule is specific that when you connected, you must be able to participate. But he's not responding. So I have given the honorable member time. I will honorable members rule that the rules say that to be present when you are virtually, it means that you are able to participate fully. Now, when we call you, whilst you are connected, but probably busy with others, you are taken as not being present. At this time of voting, we will not readmit him. The honorable member is not in the House in line with the legislature, whilst we note that he is connected, but because he cannot participate, he is taken as not in the House in terms of the rule. So that drops the numbers to 64. We have 64 of those that participate in the voting. ATM.
Honorable Speaker, ATM supports.
ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the ANC support the bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from the party? Starting with those that are in the House, is there anybody who intends to vote on an individual basis? Secretary saying that there is none. May I kindly ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor 64, votes against no, abstentions no. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote is as follows. Those in favor is 64, those against 0, abstentions 0. It is therefore recorded that the KZN Appropriation Bill of 2023 as a whole is supported. That then concludes voting on the bill. Secretary of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, may you read the bill into the record?
The KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill 2023.
Honorable members, as we indicated that Rule 912 doesn't necessarily have a time period, and I thought that by now there would be a party that has indicated to state reasons of their vote. Seeing that there is none. Seeing that there is none, honorable members. I know, there is now. I'm there. Now, a party that wants to speak will rise so that I see that there is a party that wants to speak, honorable members. Manje abahlonishwa kunobhuti wami la umhlonishwa uKhawula. Ngiyengcine kungathi kuzokhuluma ubaba uGwala nobaba uMtimande noma ubaba uHlabisa kodwa vele ngimane ngizwe yena. So, honorable members, the IFP wants to take the opportunity to state the reasons for their vote. Therefore, I will do as we usually do, that when there is a party that is wishing to do the round of all parties so that if you want your time to your opportunity to pass you can still indicate that you haven't risen because you don't want to participate. I will start with the very IFP, as our voting starts with the IFP. Honorable Flavisa, on behalf of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, every time when a decision must be made to advance the people of KwaZulu-Natal, despite the differences we may hold with the ruling party, we will always agree on what will put the people of this province first. As we approve the KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill 2023, we must be cognizant of the fact that KwaZulu-Natal have not recovered from the ripple effects of COVID-19, the 2021 July looting or unrest, and the 2022 disastrous floods that destroyed property, claimed lives, and left our people devastated. Crime, unemployment, poverty, and the lack of sufficient and sustainable services experienced by people of our province on their daily lives do not inspire confidence for something better in the near future. Political freedom that does not translate to economic freedom remains meaningless. While progress has been made on service delivery, some of our schools, hospitals, roads, bridges, and living conditions of our people in the informal settlement leaves much to be desired. The IFP wants to invite all members of this House to take and make this opportunity a chance to win back trust of the voters. Trust deficit between the public and the public representatives is a gap we must close. We must use this budget proficiently and prudently to benefit the people of this province, to revive their hopes and overcome their despair. We must have the willpower and the caring attitude to get things done right. We must uphold the rule of law and compliance to legislation to ensure proper governance. The IFP commits to full oversight, responsibility over the budget we approve today. We all have the responsibility to protect the limited financial resources, not to fall into the hands of the heartless people who will line up their pockets instead of advancing the good cause of our people. The budget we approve today does not belong to us, but to the people of our province. Ours is the responsibility to oversee, protect, and use it for the betterment of our people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Flavisa. We will move if the DA takes their time.
Very little time. Thank you, Speaker. I think we've played our role as opposition during the budget debates. My team now is for us to roll out that budget and to ensure that there's effective oversight. Thank you very much, Chair. Speaker, apologies.
We are on the EFF. Do you have anything to say? You.
Phinde sibonge ithuba somlomo cha i-EFF ayinako ezokusho kamanje.
NFP.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. We've supported the budget, and during the debates, we did outline all the challenges and suggested whatever we could. But bekungasivimbeli ukuthi i-budget siphasise ngoba sizobe sikhona mase kusetshenzwa to play oversight. Thank you.
MF. ACDP, The LF is not in the house. ACDP? Or ACDP is taken as being not in the house. ATM?
Speaker, sibonga kakhulu, supportile njengoba sifuna ukuthi i-service delivery ifike ebantwini. Okunye nokunye sesiyodila ngakho emakomitini. Siyabonga Speaker.
ANC?
Somlomo, njengokhongolose siyalibonga kakhulu leli thuba. Siyafisa ukuqala sisho ukuthi i-mandate esinayo is indeed to improve the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and that is a mandate that the African National Congress takes very seriously. The ANC-led government has made a commitment to ensure that we improve the lives of our people, and we will make sure as the African National Congress that the government actually does so. The budget that we have approved today will allow the government to be able to do that, Speaker. Speaker, we are very much aware as the ANC that there are areas as well in where government has not been able to assist our people in terms of the floods. And as the ANC, we are going to make sure that where there are still areas that are outstanding, government gets there and is able to assist people. We are speaking in particular in relation to some of the roads that needed to be corrected, particularly when it relates to national government. However, on all the other areas, we are very much aware that work has been done. Esifuna ukusho-ke noku-emphasize ukuthi intuthuko yabantu netuthuko ebantwini i-ANC i-committed and izokwenza sure ukuthi iyenzeka ngale budget ephaswe namhlanje. Siyabonga.
Honorable members, the item on the order paper concerning the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2023 is concluded. Seeing that that was the last item on the appropriation on the order paper for today, I rise to thank you, honorable members, for being here. Some of you haven't been home since Monday. Your dedication to the work of the people is really appreciated. The House is therefore adjourned. Senator, thank you.